Beauty of the leaves. Christ was born across the sea.
Can you just talk to her just 1 second?
His fellows of
That's what you're gonna do.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cactus Theater. Please welcome the Cactus Cuties.
You say you're not from Texas, and as if I couldn't tell. You think you can pull your boots on right and wear your hat so well. So pardon me my laughter, 'cause I sure do understand. Even Moses got excited when he saw the promised land. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. Texas won't do anything. That's right. You're not from Texas, that's right, you're not from Texas, that's right, you're not from Texas, Texas wants you anyway. I was born and raised in Texas, and it means so much to me. Though my boyfriend comes from down in Georgia, up in Tennessee, as we were driving down that highway, he asked me, baby, what's so great? How come you're always going on around Lone Star State? That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. Texas wants you anyway. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. Texas wants you anyway. Oh, the road looks so lovely as he stood there on the side. He grew smaller in the mirror as I watched him wave goodbye. They're okay in Oklahoma, up in Arkansas, they're fair. But those old folks in Missouri, they don't even know you're there. Oh, but here in loving Texas, it's the finest place to be. All the people here are beautiful, and the sunset to you can watch for free. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. Texas wants you anyway. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. Texas wants you anyway. Won't you let me help you, mister? Pull your head down the way I do. By your pants just a little longer. Next round somebody laughs at you. You just don't. You're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. Texas wants you anyway. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. Texas wants you anyway. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not from Texas. Texas wants you anyway. That's right, you're not from Texas. That's right, you're not Are y'all ready for some doo-wop? Well, here's one from the 60s. Pretty little angel eyes, pretty little angel eyes, pretty little angel, pretty little angel, pretty little
Yes, we plan on starting right on schedule this morning. We've got a very full morning, so please find your seats and we'll make this move.
Oh, fun for half life that I was thinking. Yeah,
I got rid of some more this morning. I'm not sure. Legislator Bob Hart, you've seen him this morning.
I know. Yeah.
I did good.
Yeah.
And you,
I got the big one.
Just hold this up and say, this belongs to some Tom. Can I get your attention? Some Tom borrowed this to my sister yesterday. Is he in the room? But I don't know who the Tom was. Tomcat? Yeah. Anyway, it's up here.
That's one that's sitting here that I don't know who goes to. You don't? I thought I had it with me too, and I don't. Children lose. Sports was here yesterday, right? Sports? Yeah, he was. That's Sergeant Arm. That was a Wade Park. So Fernley were here. We should send it back. Yep. Where's Tom? You said Fernland's here? The Fernlands are here. Doesn't that go to the
Yeah, I'd have to check. Let me
Bob Mace, right? Or should we check?
Yeah, no, I'll ask.
Bob isn't here. He's going to be here. I know that for a fact. Okay, we open this morning.
What's that for? Is it on there? Scholarship?
Cap?
Scholarship.
You owe me a cap. Those caps you bid off yesterday, I don't need it right now, but. And I had a paper I was supposed to give you for increase of dues for Glenville, but I'm gonna mail it to you.
Okay, please.
Yeah. I'll get a cap some other time.
Where'd all your hats go? Before we go away today, this is what was left from the silent auction. They want a live auction, sight unseen, 2 boxes.
Oh, really?
Anybody can bid on it.
Oh, what the heck?
We'll raise some last money. That way they don't have to drag it home.
Exactly.
Mystery boxes.
Mystery. That's good. That's good. Sandy.
I are ready. So we do speech. We have all of your buttons. So if anybody would like a button or you want a button to wear, I think we should. Okay. All right.
Chris also.
Now that there are more people in here, if you bid at the silent auction and didn't check if you won, you probably did. Pam has 3 pages of unclaimed merchandise and needs your money so she can close her book. So if you can get up there quick, we'd appreciate it.
But don't spend all of your money because we're gonna have some auction stuff here. We've got 2 boxes of things that didn't move at the auction that we will auction off before we leave here today. They're mystery boxes. There could be who knows what in there.
Got one of them.
I go right to the chapel square right after the
Yes.
prayers.
Things that didn't move.
Really?
Yep.
I told Cindy to be here, but I think she's not coming out. And I can chat with her.
Tim Weaver, yeah.
But you understand?
They've got to move.
What you say then? Oh, they're counterparts. I say they're.
Well, he's in another meeting.
I know he is, but.
But he's going to call it. Yeah. Great. Yeah. We don't need to listen.
All right, good.
Yeah. You're the middle guy. We're waiting on the presenter.
Then you're out of it. She already asked my game, but she.
We'll close it together.
I have the
5.
Are you signing anything?
We're close. Bob Hart. Tony Burris, haven't seen him. Please find your seats. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. We got quite a lineup here this morning. All right. That's good.
Those are good. Okay.
Did we ever get a copy of that? Is Ken Meyer doing it? Yes.
We're still registering now.
Commander, are there more blank questionnaires? You know?
Sergeant Arms, Mark DeVore. Mark,
He should be collecting. Right here he comes.
I do have some.
you got some more blanks?
Oh, blank. No,
Do you have any more blank questionnaires for people?
Yes, we do.
Right
Okay.
behind, Michelle needs one, Mark.
Are you gonna have the ladies go first?
Yeah. We're gonna have you all, however you guys want to do it. Okay, let's let the SAL go first. Then the lady, yeah, boom, boom, boom. Okay.
You told me that? Oh,
Okay, Sully?
nobody told me nothing.
We're down. Ma'am. You got her.
Sergeant Arms, please recognize the colors of our nation. Please uncover. Psalms 118, verse 24 says, "This is the day the Lord hath made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it." Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, judge over us and nations, we stand before you and loyal sons and daughters of our country, grateful for its splendid heritage. You have given us the good land of our heritage, and we pray that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of your favor and glad to do your will. We ask your blessings to continue to abide on our republic. May America remain free and mighty and true to her best ideals. Bless the President of the United States and all public servants, that may walk in justice before you and that their acts may abound to the greater welfare of our people. We ask your blessings on the American Legion and the American Legion family. May we who serve our country in war continue in times of peace to serve and shield America. May we be loyal to our country and to our God. Amen. Before we cover, I ask that we take a moment to remember those in this past year of our leaders of the American Legion and the members of this great family who have fallen ill or passed away. A moment. Cover.
Sit down.
Where's the, oh,
Right there.
oh, it matches the color of everything else. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's nice to see that everybody came back after a time of fellowship last night. Psalms 113, verses 1 through 3 reads, "Praise the Lord, praise those servants of the Lord. Blessed be the name of the Lord from this time forth and forevermore. From the rising of the sun to its going down, the Lord's name is to be praised." What it's saying is the name of God is to be held high and to be praised, not declaimed. 2 years ago, I had the honor of being the chaplain, and I spoke at this chaplain's corner, and I read from Genesis, the time of creation. The time of creation that God made Adam and Eve
the carekeepers of his kingdom, and I said then, now it's our turn. The name of God, who is God? People today, some people are trying to take away the name of God from the Pledge of Allegiance. They want religious symbols taken away from front of buildings because they don't believe it should be there. But we, the American Legion family, must ever remain strong in the belief of our God and always keep it in the forefront. But people also in this country have kind of gotten in a rut where they just really don't care or they're not listening. It's like this pastor, every Sunday, he would step to the pulpit and say, God be with you. And the congregation would always respond, and also with you. One Sunday, his sound system was not working. He stepped to the pulpit and says, there's something wrong with the sound system. And the congregation says, and also with you. What I'm saying by using this is that people have gotten in a system that they just aren't thinking about God anymore. It's come to a point where our pastors of our churches cannot go into Baccalaureate services and take part of it anymore because certain people do not want it. We need, as the American Legion family, we need to work with our politicians, our congressmen, local and in Congress, to not let that happen. I can't imagine saying the Pledge of Allegiance without the word God in it. I can't imagine people taking the oath of office and not have the word God in it. Because of God, we are where we are today. There was a resolution passed and read I was in Indianapolis for the Americanism Congress with some other Peggy Moon, Phil Belfi, the commander, adjutant, we were there. But I'd like to share this, not to make it too long, but I really want to share this resolution with you. And also on September 26th, the chaplains conference, the chaplains strongly endorsed this resolution. Bear with me. It starts, honoring the anniversary of God We Trust. Whereas the preamble of the American Legion Constitution begins with the sentence, for God and country. And whereas the American Legion has always begun all official meetings with the invocation and closed them with a benediction. And whereas across our nation, there are numerous references of spiritual quotation throughout our federal government buildings, including the White House, the Senate chamber, House chamber, Supreme Court, and every state in the Union can attest to the same in their respective buildings. And whereas the founding fathers based their way of life on spiritual convictions. And whereas an act of Congress on April 26, 1864, formally put the motto, in God we trust. On coins have first appeared on a short-lived 2-cent bronze piece coined in May of 1864. And whereas by 1866, In God We Trust was appearing on the $5, $10, and $20 gold pieces, $5, $25, and 50-cent pieces, and $1 pieces. And whereas in 1955, President D. Eisenhower signed the law specifying that at such a time as new ideas for printing currency are adopted, and dies should bear the inscription, In God We Trust. And thereafter, the inscription shall appear on all United States currency and coins. And whereas, In God We Trust became the official model of the United States of America in July 30th of 1956. And whereas our nation's history and heritage is rooted in spiritual significance with our Constitution and the swearing of all elected officials, with their hands on the Bible or similar spiritual text. And whereas throughout our nation's history, when we experience a declaration of war, a conflict, tragedy, or national disaster, our leaders consistently reference a God in making their address. And whereas in the present day, when senseless acts with no real rationale seems to ever increase, we need to recognize the importance of keeping and honoring in God we trust in our lives from birth to death. Now therefore be it resolved by the National Executive Committee of the American Legion in a regular meeting assembled in Indianapolis, Indiana on October 14, 2015, the American Legion supported the honoring of our nation's motto, "In God We Trust." By encouraging the posting of "In God We Trust" as our national model in public and private spaces, and be it further resolved that the American Legion honor July 30th as National Model Day, July 30th as National Model Day, upon which special attention is called to the history and heritage of "In God We Trust." And be it finally resolved, the American Legion encouraged local, state, and federal legislation in honoring the anniversary of this model. The American Legion believes in God we trust, as you do. In closing, we must never forget who we are, where we came from, and what we believe in. Psalms 119, verse 105 says, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." For we who believe in God's word will ever be true. For we who believe in God we trust will ever be faithful. In our Constitution, we say, "For God and country." When we took our oath in the military, we said, "With the help of God." And with the help of God, we will ever be true and be strong and be the American Legion that says, "We believe in God we trust." I thank you for this time to spend with you this morning, but we also must remember why we are here. And when we leave these walls, we must go forth and protect what you have fought for, those before us have fought for, and those that will follow us, is to keep us free and believe in God we trust. I thank you very much for this opportunity, and Commander, for the pleasure to serve this great organization. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Next people on the agenda are our National Executive Committee members, Marlon Ronning for the American Legion and Chris Ronning for American Legion Auxiliary.
Good morning. Before I get started, I would like again to thank Judy for taking time out to come and stay with us through this fall conference. Isn't she a delightful lady? I bring greetings from the National President, Sharon Canaster. Her theme is Keep the Promise. And when you look around, I think we all keep the promise. We promise to take care of our veterans and their families. So let's keep our good work up. This year, the National Convention was probably one of the best conventions, and as always, Minnesota was very well presented. I attended the Constitution and Bylaws pre-convention meeting. There was one proposed amendment. Amend National Standing Rules to rename the National Cavalcade of Memory Committee to National History Committee and add the National Historian as ex officio member. This was submitted by the National Cavalcade of Memory Committee. The amendment was adopted, and the History Committee shall be comprised of a chairman and 3 members, all of whom shall serve a 1-year term. The National Historian shall serve as an ex officio member of the committee. Attended the orientation session on August 31st. This session is the orientation of 2015 and 2016 National Executive Committee women, the roles of responsibilities and expectation of the NEC members who constitute the National Governing Board of Directors, and the legal and ethical responsibility of NEC. The 5-year Centennial Strategic Plan was discussed and talked about what we can do to make this a reality. At our Northwest Division Caucus, we received a certificate of recognition for achieving a 10% increase unit annual reporting from the previous year in the Northwest Division. We also received a certificate for achieving a 10% or more increase in unit members' attendance at department-wide meetings in the Northwest Division. I hope to see many auxiliary members at our mission training in Minneapolis, which will be held on November 7th. As an exciting new addition this year, there will be a division junior meeting coinciding with the mission training conference. There is not that much going on yet on national, so that's about the only thing I could tell you right now. So again, thank you for being here, and thank you for what you do and what you keep doing. God bless.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Members of the dais, National Historian Jim, alternate NEC Bill, National Northwestern Division Vice President Judy, Legionnaires, auxiliary members, and guests. It's my pleasure this morning to bring you greetings on behalf of Dale Barnett, our National Commander. He wants you to try to remember 3 words as you go about your business of the American Legion. And you'll hear these quite often: duty, honor, and country. I attended the resolution subcommittee. I was fortunate enough to be placed on that position that Ray held for 6 years. And it's very unusual for a junior NEC person to be put on that committee. So Minnesota actually came out with a double win. We kept the position on the resolution subcommittee of the National Executive Board by me replacing Ray, and Ray replaced a position a little bit higher on the Unemployment and Education Committee. He became a member of the committee, a voting member, so it's actually a twofold win for Minnesota. There was 27 resolutions that went through the subcommittee. Resolution 6 had to do with the Spirit of Service Award for the Guard and Reserves, and resolution number 8 had to do with the American Legion Riders, the recognition of them and the preparation of their status. As you all know, the $5 dues increase for national, it passed. And I know there's a lot of people that are saying $5, well, we're going to lose members. But if you think of it this way, everybody has some thing that they do, whether it's associate the local pub and have a drink, maybe one beer, or maybe you go over to pull tabs, and again, Daryl, no offense, okay? Maybe you go maybe you go over to the pull tab booth and you spend $5 in pull tabs. It's not too much to give up to maintain the organization that has been around since 1919. We just can't afford to lose any of our Legion posts out of any community in the state of Minnesota. We have to promote our programs. That's what's going to keep and bring new membership. There were 18 posts that were scheduled for cancellation. 10 of those posts actually merged with other posts. So we only lost 8. And we had 6 SAL squadrons that were submitted for cancellation. And 2 of those actually got canceled. I'm going to give you some dates. There's been some date change on the national convention, so if you got a pencil and paper, I'll try to get them to you. Of course, 2016, next year, August 26th through September 1st is going to be Cincinnati, Ohio. This next one is a change. 2017, August 18th through August 24th is going to be Reno, Nevada. Reno and Louisville, Kentucky, who was scheduled to have it in 2017, actually switched places because they're doing some remodeling on the convention center in the Louisville convention. And it was agreed to by National and all of the contracts that were signed that it was okay to change that. Of course, 2018 is our 100th, and that's August 24th to August 30th, and that'll, of course, be in Minneapolis. 2019 is August 23rd to August 29th, and that's in Indianapolis. The 100th celebration will continue. 2020, August 28th to September 3rd will be Louisville, Kentucky. And August 21st, there are currently 3 departments that are bidding for the 21st convention, 2021. Those are Charlotte, Salt Lake City, and Phoenix. Those are the ones that are bidding for the 2021. I want to recognize in the audience Mike Breddick, Chairman of the Committee on Youth Education. His committee approved, and we want to say congratulations to a young man by the name of Isaac Lagerman from the St. Cloud area. He won one of the Samsung scholarships. I'm not quite sure how you go about selecting that, Mike, but thank you for doing that for Minnesota. Appreciate that. Now, I feel like I'm on Beat the Clock because he's sitting here chomping at the bit for me to get the heck off of here. But I would be very remiss and I would be very upset with myself if I didn't have just a personal point here. I want to personally recognize past national NEC Ray DeZurek. I want to thank you for all of the tutoring and all of the guidance that you have given me this past 6 years. I hope that I'm worthy of continuing doing the fine work that you did. I believe I'm off to a pretty good start. We had Charlie Smith here from Oregon. He's actually one of the members on the committee. He's going to be our next national commander. He's the leading candidate to be national commander. With that, I want to tell everybody I finally got that doggone email figured out. I had to go buy a new laptop computer, but I got it figured out with a little help from Ray DeZurek. I think I've got about 10 email addresses I need to cancel. It's still marlandr@yahoo.com. So when you receive an email from Ray to send me your email, I hope it's the last time and you're going to get them all from me from here on. Thank you very much for allowing me to serve you. Commander, thank you for the time. You're doing a great job, you and Sandy. Congratulations. I look forward to the rest of the morning.
Sandy?
I have to do this real quick. It's the old hag up here for silent auction again. These people, Casey Mitchelltree, Veronica Fernland, Pat Miner, Anna E., Sharon Volz, Chuck Stone, TF, whoever that is, TF from 428, Diane McInthune, Lucy Calaguri, Cheryl Sherman, it could be Shaman, I'm not sure. Bill Stein, Deb Norman, Linda Gibson, Sherilyn Miller, Paul Orson, Barb Knutson, Carol Cottom, Tom Burns, Taylor Teiglin, Mike Ash, Anna Mae Warner, Sheba, Jean Hector, Pat Logan, and Art Tobkin. Please go upstairs and get that finished.
Okay, thank you, Sandy. To keep things moving this morning, if you're up to present and to speak, please come up when the two people before you are presenting. So that we'll be able to, we've got a lot of things to get through this morning, a lot of important information. Yesterday was a day for our veterans. Today's a day for our youth. So enjoy yourselves this morning. Gene Oswald, Sons of American Legion.
Good morning, one and all. Hope everybody had a good evening last night. A little social time, which we all need. Each year, the Sons of the American Legion take nominations to be given to us at our convention in Legionville in June. This year we had one nomination, and at this time, with the Sergeant at Arms, please escort Jane Mawison to the front, please. And would Wayne Gilbertson from Legionville be on deck? Is Jane here? I thought he was here. Is he there? There he is. Come on forward, Jane. Jade, on behalf of the Sons of the American Legion, I want to present to you this little token of Legionnaire of the Year for 2014-2015. And it's presented to you, Gene Mewison. I hope I spell it close enough. Is that pretty close? So there is your trophy. Come on, go help hold it for me. We'll get our picture taken here. Okay, again, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So this year we're asking all districts, all 10 of them, to come up with nominees for Legionnaire of the Year to be presented to us by no later than our convention in June at Legionville. Also, would Wayne Gilbertson please come forward? He's not here. Well, we'll get it to him. At our Cavalry in the fall, the Sons of the American Legion have 2 breakfasts. And we use the proceeds from these breakfasts to present to Legionville. This year, the Sons are proud to give to Legionville $757. So I will get that check to Wayne. And just for a quickie, would all the detachment of Minnesota, Sons of the American Legion, please stand and be recognized. Raise your hands for them. I thank you, Commander, and I thank you, President. Got it.
Phil, Convention Corporation report. Phil Belford.
Morning. I've got two reports. One's really short, the other one not too bad. The Convention Corporation met yesterday at Breezy Point here. The meeting was called to order by Commander Kellogg. Roll call was taken and all of the Convention Corporation Committee were present. The election of officers was then held. President, myself, Vice President Don Hayden, Secretary will be Dick Groby, Trustee E. Jerry St. Michael, and Trustee Tom Schottenbauer. Al Davis was then elected Treasurer. Tom Schottenbauer was appointed as Assistant. One order of business, and I'll go into this a little bit later also. Commander Kellogg discussed the registration badge. What we're going to do over the course of the next few months, we're going to standardize the badge. There's confusion each year as to what goes on, what is it supposed to look like, information. So we're going to design a badge standard. And this badge must be worn to get into the convention facilities, the halls, the programs, same as they do at National. The form, the registration form itself goes, a lot of the information goes on this tag. And we meaning the registration staff here at Pequot Lakes, no matter where you go, they get a lot of incomplete registration forms that are mailed to them. And it creates a lot of extra work for the committee because they've got to either mail it back to complete or they've got to call the people, find out what information they want on there. So please fill it out completely when you send it in to wherever. There was no old business brought up, but the meeting was adjourned at 9:10. Now I'll go into the Convention Corporation Committee meeting. Meeting was called to order by the chairman. Roll call was taken by Dick Groby, and all members were present. Minutes of the last meeting were read and approved. The agenda was approved as written. Our 2015-2016 Convention Committee budget was reviewed, and that was great. Ken Meyer, General Chairman of the Fall Conference, addressed the committee. Guests from Rochester presented info on next year's convention. And then we had guests from Marshall and Wilmer for the next two fall conferences. There'll be more information forthcoming. I've got some information here, and I'll get Mr. Zidane to put it in the newsletter down the road here. We had 8 guests attending. Representing the Sons of the American Legion was past National Commander Doug Bible. There was one bid. We had 2017 was open. That was the only open bid till 2019. We had one bid that was from Mahnomen, and that was awarded, so the 2017 convention will be at Mahnomen. I've got a list of the future conventions and fall conferences. I'll go through them. I won't put the dates. 2016 Department Convention Rochester, 17 will be in Mahnomen, 18 will be back in Rochester, 19 is open. So if anyone out there, any post district is interested, please let us know. Fall Conference, 2016 Marshall, 2017 will be Wilmer, and 18 Fall Conference and 19 Fall Conference are up for bids. Old business, we will try to better utilize the Legionnaire to publish more info on our fall conferences and conventions a little earlier in the process so we can keep you informed of the things being planned. And this should help assist your planning and attendance plans. We'll try and get the information out earlier so it make it easier for you all. Items under new business, items discussed at the post-convention meeting that was held at Redwood Falls were discussed and where appropriate will be added to the guidelines. Randy, Sandy, myself, Tom Schottenbauer. We had people from Redwood Falls, Jim and Jeanette Murtis. We went over last year's convention. There were a few glitches, and we created quite a list of improvements, and these will be implemented on an ongoing basis. There's too many to address here, but one of them, as I mentioned earlier, the name badge. They'll be updated and only pertinent information will be displayed. There's only so much room on this card. So once we standardize it, it'll make it much easier for everybody. And then the department sergeant at arms, both the auxiliary, while the American Legion family, along with the Sons of the American Legion, Mr. Bible, offered the assistance of the SAL to man the doors along with the sergeant at arms to make sure you got the right card. There are plans to have an informational table. This is one of the results of our Redwood Falls meeting, set up next to the registrations. We find that people that come to different places want to know where to eat, where to go, where's this, where's that, thereby tying up the line of people waiting to register. We're going to establish an information booth separate from registration so those people can direct you to the information table where we should have all the information needed. If we don't, we'll get it for you. And then another thing on registration, we'll have pre-registration line. And then if you have not registered and registered the day of, there'll be a separate line because it's a little more involved. That we don't tie up all the pre-registrations. The hours of operation for the department offices and registrations will be posted. We'll encourage the host committee to work with the restaurants on site to better accommodate our start times. I know in Redwood Falls, the restaurants were a little short on opening. We're going to work with the host to let them know we start early. We'd appreciate your restaurants to be open a little earlier, even if you had to modify the buffet down a little bit and reduce the price if it's a buffet line. So we're going to work on that also. These are just a few of the changes coming down the road. The Convention Fall Conference guidelines, like I mentioned, will be updated to reflect new procedures. And then under other matters, I want to encourage any post or district for that matter to consider being a future host. It's more important. We only get a few bids, as you can see by where we go. So I'd like to encourage you to consider bidding for a convention. We'll work with you on the facilities. And I'd like to thank the committee members for their work: Tom Schottenbauer, Don Hayden, Dick Roby, E. Jerry, Al Davis, and Parade Coordinator Dave Bodie. Finally, thank you to Pequot Lakes American Legion family for being such gracious hosts. Our meeting was adjourned at 9:56. This concludes my report. Thank you, Commander.
Thank you, Phil. Mike Perry for baseball. Or Mike, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Commander. As I mentioned out in Redwood Falls this past summer, we had 311 teams playing baseball this year, which ranked #1 in the country again. Our baseball committee, we continue to work diligently to maintain the amount of paperwork that's come across the last few years with background checks and concussions. Financially, we're in great shape and have some projects, potential projects to generate more monies. Committee changed a little this fall. Jamie Mueller from La Crescent is replacing Jarvis Anderson from District 1. Randy Schwab from District 7 is replacing Mike Court. Mike Court is replacing L. Davis as the Vice Director. We had our fall meeting last weekend, so we're off and rolling for the 2016 season. 2015, our Division I state tournament was held in Chanhassen, Minnesota. Once again, we had a few years ago, this time we also had, or they had, this C-30 Thunder Group fly over during the opening ceremony, which was quite impressive. They have the teams lined up in the infield area different colored uniforms. The color guard is there, go through, national anthem and other stuff, and then the planes come over. It's very impressive. Commander Kellogg spoke at our Division I banquet. Then we had past Commander Ludwig officiate at our awards ceremony after the tournament. Division II was held out in Morris. Foley won that, and Moose Lake was second. They both advanced to the Central Plains Regional in Le Sueur Henderson, which Foley won, and Foley was undefeated for the season, 29-0, which is very unusual. Forgot to mention the Division I tournament, Wayzata won that, and Eden Prairie was second. Apple Valley held the junior tournament, Excelsior won that, and Lakeville North was finished second. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Members and all, do you know what pillar this American Legion baseball program falls under? Americanism. I need to point that out to the auxiliary members. Remember, I am the Northwest Division Chairman for Americanism this year. I would ask for the support of the auxiliary to help the American Legion when they set the guidelines for their own post. There's many dollars that are tied up with the baseball program. And if we, the auxiliary, can help in any way, post, you need to talk to your auxiliaries, and we definitely will work with you. It's a great program. Thank you.
Done. I'll have Don Walzer on the HEART program.
Good morning. In your program, it says I'm reporting on the HEART program, but technically it's the American Legion and Auxiliary HEART Research Foundation. Some of you know what that's about. Some of you have heard it, and that's about it. Some of you have never heard of it. So because it has been such a successful program of the Auxiliary and the Legion working together over the years, I'm going to give you a short history of just what's involved in this foundation. In 1946, the department convention was held in St. Cloud. And at that time, our organizations recognized a need to fund some research in children's heart issues. Mainly at that time, you might remember, there was a lot of rheumatic fever, terrible thing. And so our organization stepped forward and decided to pass a resolution to establish an American Legion and Auxiliary Heart Research Foundation. And it was for the purposes of endowing 2 chairs for doctors at the University of Minnesota to do research. And in the resolution, it says that they were to study the causes, prevention, and treatment of rheumatic fever and heart diseases, especially as these affect children. So the foundation was created at that time in 1946, and our predecessors started raising money for that purpose. 2 years later, in 1948, the first transfer of funds was made to the University of Minnesota by the foundation. That transfer in those 2 years was $500,000, and 1948 dollars, probably a third of what they're worth today. And so it was a wonderful thing. And after that, over the next years until 2010, when the final transfer of $2 million was made, this foundation transferred 4.9 something, almost $5 million to the University of Minnesota Children's Hospital for research in children's health problems and diseases. When that final transfer was made in 2010, it was decided to dissolve the foundation. And I was judge advocate at the time, so I did the legal work to do that. And I recommended to the commander at the time that we should, since we don't have a board of directors anymore, we should have some connection maintained with the University of Minnesota to make sure we know what's going on with our $5 million investment and to just establish a relationship there. And you know how it works in our organization. Since I suggested the position, guess who got it, you know? And I still have it, and I'm proud and glad to do it. And I can tell you, I've been down there 2 or 3 times, Those two chairs are still there as we funded them, and our funds are still there supporting that research by those two doctors. The first chair is called the Minnesota American Legion and Auxiliary Heart Research Foundation Chair. The chairholder, who has been there for a number of years, is Dr. Mark Schleiss. And the second chair is called the Minnesota American Legion Auxiliary Heart Research Foundation Chair in Pediatrics. And that chair is held by Dr. Joe Neglia. If you were here about 3 years ago at our fall conference here in Pequot, Dr. Neglia came and spoke to us. I put an informational folder out. There's not enough maybe for everybody, but I hope you'll look at that and just see what our predecessors' funding has done down there as far as children's health. Tom, first, these doctors work in the University of Minnesota Children's Hospital. It's, I can't tell if it's up there yet or not. There it is. This is a beautiful 7-story hospital dedicated totally to children and research of children's disease and health problems. It sits right on the edge of the University of Minnesota campus. It's a beautiful building. And next slide, Tom. The inside of this building is designed totally to be welcoming to children and to be comfortable for children. And it's just an amazing place to go there and see how this multi-million-dollar structure is designed to make children feel comfortable there. Last week, Aldous Zidane and I went there to kind of gather the information that I could report today. And Dr. Neglia met with us, spent some time with us. They're just so appreciative of what we have done that every time I go there, I feel extremely welcome. And the next slide, Tom. And if you ever get there, and hopefully it's not because you got a kid there, but to visit it, our name is prominently displayed on one of the walls in the lobby, and it just makes you feel very proud to know you're a member of this one of these organizations whose name is up there as one of the major donors. So I guess in my summary is my report on what these doctors are doing is in that informational folder there, and I hope you'll read it. It's very interesting. And I can say that all the work that our predecessors and we have done to raise the funds to support these chairs and to fund the American Legion and Auxiliary Heart Research Foundation has been very richly rewarded. We have, in fact, saved children's lives with that money, and we've contributed to funding solutions to children's health issues all over the world, and I'm very proud of it, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Next up, we'll have the Brain Science Foundation. With us today, we have a couple of doctors who do research in that area. This is my commander's project for this year. The intent of the funds raised will be to establish a grant or get a grant to create an association between these research people and our brain science research people to further better understand the response that they're getting with their therapies that they're doing and why the brain reacts the way it does and why their outcomes have been as great as they have been. So, Jim, Sue.
Thank you, Commander. Before we get started, the Brain Science Foundation has been progressing over a number of years, and one of the leaders throughout that whole time has been our commander, and he has been very, very instrumental in keeping this program running, being able to keep going, and getting people enthused about the project. The American Legion Brain Science Foundation is one of 3 partners that form the foundation of the University of Minnesota and the Minneapolis Veterans Affairs Health Care System. They provide the facilities and that sort of thing to provide funds for the endowed chair for brain sciences, as well as office space and general support for the Brain Science Center. The center is located at the VA Medical Center in Minneapolis. Please feel free to go up to the office and request a tour. They'd like a phone call ahead of time. But if you're at the VA, go in there. It's a wonderful, wonderful place. You'll really be impressed with what they do, how they do it, and the people that staff it. The Brain Science Center is one of the major research organizations in the world dedicated to understanding how the human brain works. Since 1991, the center has grown substantially, physically and personnel-wise. The staff now includes more than 40 people who come from a variety of academic backgrounds and institutions around the world. The research at the Brain Science addresses basic and applied issues of the brain function. Some of those problems and some of those things that they address is PTSD, control of movement, motor learning and memory, language function, language disorders and strokes, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, schizophrenia, mental retardation, and non-invasive neuroprosthetics. The board of directors of the Brain Science Foundation meet and review and audit the financial strength of the foundation. It also provides scholarships for interns at the center. This year, we provided scholarships to 2 deserving students. They are recognized for their outstanding academic achievement within brain research at the University of Minnesota and the Brain Science Center. The awards are presented to aid in their educational pursuit in this field. It is through your generous donations at the post and district level, as well as contributions from individuals and corporate donations that enable the foundation to continue to provide these valuable scholarships. I would ask that the members of the Brain Science Foundation who are in attendance, please stand up and be recognized. It is through those people, and Sue, and Jim and myself, that we'll be glad to answer any questions you may have concerning the foundation right after the presentation. All others, please come up. Well, we had a display upstairs yesterday, and I hope many people have reviewed it. At this time, I'd like to introduce Sue, who serves on the board representing the auxiliary, who will introduce our guest speaker. One final thing. Any donations are always, always, always welcome. If anybody has any, they can see me afterwards or see me right now if you'd like to come up this time, Sue Nitley.
Yes, so we do have a donation. Yesterday at upstairs when we were at the table with the Brain Science poster, Diane Sullivan took it upon herself to gather some donations for some extra pins that we had. So totally, between Diane and other members that manned the table, we collected $170. So thank you, Diane. I would also like to acknowledge that Diane is one of the 3 auxiliary members serving on the committee. And Diane is from Excelsior District 10. Joni Bratlin is from Shakopee District 3.
Have another donation.
Oh, and we have some more money coming up. Good.
We never turn down money.
From the 1st District, this is from our post 330 of Hayfield, Minnesota. Is $200 to that. That's also my project in my stuff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
I don't know if you heard that, it's also his district project, so we appreciate that. Today we have a presentation with 2 distinguished women who are doctors with the the Minneapolis VA Chronic Pain Rehabilitation Program. Dr. Cindy Townsend is a clinical health psychologist and is the clinical director at the Pain Rehabilitation Program. Prior to coming to the Minneapolis VA in the fall of 2013, she was the clinical director at the Mayo Clinic Pain Rehabilitation Center, where she completed her fellowship training and was on the staff for 11 years. She is also a former co-chair of the American Pain Society Pain Rehabilitation Special Interest Group. Very long name. Also with us today is Dr. Laura Kraus, who attended graduate school in Portland, Oregon, and earned her doctorate at the Pacific University with an emphasis on health psychology. She completed the majority of clinical internship and fellowship training at the Oklahoma City VA, providing behavioral chronic pain management in the primary care setting. She has been a staff psychologist within the Comprehensive Pain Center at the Minneapolis VA since it was established in 2013. I want you all to welcome our guests this morning. We'll help her with the slides, getting them started. Wonderful.
Hi, I'm Dan Williams, District Commander for the fabulous 4th District in the Department of Minnesota. I regret that I'm not able to join you in Breezy Point for the 2015 Fall Conference, but I also want to thank Commander Kellogg for allowing me this opportunity. I'd like to talk to you about something that is very near and dear to me. As I'm standing here, please note that I'm not talking to you with solar shields on or glasses to block the light because of the headaches that I have endured from a fall that resulted in a traumatic brain injury. The reason that I'm able to do that at this time is February 2015, I was one of the patients within the chronic pain rehabilitation clinic at the VA Medical Center in Minneapolis. This is a great program, and I encourage each of you that have been dealing with chronic pain from when you were in the military, I don't care if it was 2 or 3 decades ago, please take the time to contact your primary physician and have them to look into the Chronic Pain Rehabilitation Clinic, or the CPRP. They were not able to get rid of the pain with my headaches or the ringing in my ears or the impact with my vision. However, they were able to get me functional again. You see, prior to February of this year, I had really been in bed essentially since 2013, March of 2013. So this clinic, they were able to get me functional. And the reason that we're talking about this is it fits right in with the Commander's project of the Brain Science Foundation. The pain clinic, they have already been talking with the chair of the Brain Science Foundation, and they're looking at the opportunities to really track how the brain reacts to chronic pain and what they can do to start addressing it early on. The way to become a participant or one of the cohorts with the CPRP is to have your primary care physician recommend you. And they'll take you through an interview process to see if you are a good candidate. One thing, you're going to hear from Dr. Cindy Townsend today, who is the director of the CPRP. And one thing they will tell you, if you are one of the candidates that become part of the cohort, is this: they will do 100% of 50% of what it takes to get you through this. That means you're going to have to do 100% of 50% of what it takes to get you through it. So that means they'll provide all of the resources that you need. And if you're able to go through this program, you will be successful and you won't regret it.
I'm not sure I have any more to add to that. I am very pleased to be here. Just to clarify, will my slides be? Okay. I am coming here representing a wonderful, outstanding team of providers who we have a very difficult but a very rewarding job. And there's not a lot of reasons that people love to come get up at 4 a.m. to kind of haul up here, but this is one that we love the opportunity to be able to share with people. We've been learning a lot. There's a lot more that we've learned about chronic pain in the past 5 years than we have even in the past 100 years. And being able to help veterans with chronic pain is a mission that we've had, is a mission that's begun not only at Minneapolis, but nationally to make sure that we can provide better care than that's been provided. So as we think about this, I'm not sure how to advance. Oh, next, please. Thank you. When we think about the prevalence of chronic pain, most people aren't aware that the profound prevalence is impressive, even beyond what other major significant chronic diseases are. There is no red dress for chronic pain, there's no pink ribbons, but when you take a look at the prevalence presenting in a primary care setting, chances are there's a lot of people in this room who have been personally affected, either themselves or within their families, by chronic pain, even beyond individuals who have diabetes and strokes when we take a look at the combinations. Next, please. It's not only been an issue from a prevalence, but it's also been an issue how it's been addressed clinically in the past 15 to 20 years, which has changed significantly. So on top of the initial problem with chronic pain, we now have a situation where the United States has dealt with chronic pain differently than in other countries. 5% of the world's population when we take a look at our census, but when you actually look at the fact that 5% of the world's population, we use over 80% of the world's opioids. That fact is actually old. That's probably closer to 90% at this time. That has led to, in the past time since then, the number of overdoses from opioids has actually gone above the number of individuals who have died from both heroin and cocaine combined. And when we think about the number of people dying from prescription drug overdoses, when I think of people that I care about and the phone call that I don't want to receive, usually it involves an illness or a car accident, and now based on prevalence, we're more likely to get a call on individuals overdosing from prescription opioids. And again, that's a trend that had never been there before. And part of it, when we take a look at it as a country, the number that we prescribe is beyond what other countries even do, even when the prevalence of chronic pain is the same. Next, please. Just a graphical representation of that. When we take a look at about 1997, was when opioids were decided to be used for, opioid pain medications were decided to be used for non-cancer pain. This is the trend that's been set in looking at the impact. Next, please. It's also been a problem not only nationally, because the majority of my career has been in the private sector in a national referral hospital, being able to see within the VA system the impact. The interesting thing about that is within the VA and DoD, that data is public, but I guarantee you this is also exactly happening what's in the public sector. When we take a look at the fact of the individuals and number of soldiers being prescribed pain medications, I heard one presenter indicate that in some ways it feels like heroin is to Vietnam what prescription opioids and benzodiazepines is to OEF, OIF. Not only that, but the number of our soldiers returning that are also on increasing number of doses, multiple pain medications on top of sedatives, benzodiazepines, and early refills. The trend that we're seeing has become worrisome. Next, please. It's not just about the pain medications, though. It's not just about the pain. It's the impact of the pain on quality of life. When we talk to veterans coming into our Center for Care, they are also commenting on the impact on their lives, the impacts on their family, the fact that they can't be the father that they wish they could be, the spouse that they wish could be, the grandparents in particular, across all the areas, the negative impact of that pain. Next, please. I became involved working with the Minneapolis VA as a consultation. Mayo was very in having a number of providers from a number of different hospitals come and present and visit our clinics so that way they can learn about how to help people with chronic pain. And that's actually how I started working and collaborating with the team from Minneapolis. There was a 2009 directive where it was nationally stated that every VISN was going to have an interdisciplinary pain rehabilitation center to help veterans and improve the quality of care that had not been provided in a consistent basis. And they had come to Mayo to see what model was being provided and if it was feasible. And from there, part of it, they asked if I would be able to come help the Minneapolis VA kind of copy what we were doing at Mayo already. One of the things that I appreciate about the system as I heard about it is pain is not just on a 0 to 10 scale. It affects everything, but also in that 10, 15 minutes that a person has with a primary care provider, that is not adequate to meet all of the needs in the complex care, mood needs, physical needs, medication changes. Being able to have a system where we're also working with chronic pain at the primary care level, being able to have specialty consultation within that primary care setting, and then being able to have a center where we have a lot of different providers who are there to help with the chronic pain, and then be able to have treatment that is actually research supported. Next, please. Within that center, we have a number of different providers providing a lot of services, And again, it's not just the services, we are actually communicating, we're in the same hallway, working with one another, talking about the same veteran, as opposed to individuals who are speaking about working with a provider and they don't actually know what the other provider that's working with that same individual is working on. So these are just some of the numbers of disciplines that are kind of working within there, within pain psychology, physical therapy, occupational therapy, recreational therapy, pain physicians who are involved in the interventions, as well as biofeedback, chiropractic, and acupuncture care. This is something that's been, our program began in December of 2013 is when the center was built. Next, please. There's a number of interventions prior to the building of the center. Most care was contracted out, so we were not even aware and fully able to consider where people were being sent to have appointments with various pain clinics in the Twin Cities or throughout the state of Minnesota. But these are some of the procedures that are now available. Next, please. One of the things that's hard, though, is chronic pain often doesn't have a cure. And even with the number of procedures, surgeries, pain medications that are provided, it becomes clear that it's not just about the pain, it's about the impact on the functioning. And we start to change the goals a bit. And in thinking about where we're going now with the pain rehabilitation program, oftentimes people consider if there's a cure to get rid of the pain, those are often the first modalities. When that's no longer available, there's also a difference between what we call the curative approach and the palliative approach. And what's happened within chronic pain is the palliative approach that was initially used to help people with suffering at the end of life for cancer pain is now being used for individuals who are not dying from cancer, but it's non-cancer pain. And that's kind of where the state of the treatment has been nationally. What we're moving towards is more the rehabilitation approaches is when we can't find a cure. Sometimes the diagnosis is less clear, but we know that it's not cancer. Then we start focusing on a rehabilitation approach where we realize pain is not a sign of opioid deficiency, but we need to try to help get the functioning back and quality of life. Next, please. Part of that, you can hit the image. Part of that in 3 images is that when we have pain, oftentimes people are focused on that pain site in their body. And very frequently, we're not talking about the other factors going around in that person's life. Next, please. With the chronic rehabilitation focus, we realize that person is attached to a family, is attached to a life, is attached to stressors, and we have to consider all of those in the treatment. That's why short, brief moments where they're working with providers is not adequate to be able to achieve that, and that's where the intensive rehabilitation comes into place.
Okay, good morning. Thanks. So I'm going to talk a little bit about specifically what we have in our program, the chronic pain rehab program that Mr. Williams spoke a little bit about. And as you can see up here on our diagrams, what we're targeting is a lot. We're looking at the people who are attached to the pain, right? And getting to know, we talk about this a lot. Sometimes we'll be like, gosh, what was the site of pain? Is that back? Is it headaches? But I don't know, but they love fishing. Man, they love this. They are a good hunter. I've learned a lot about how to cook walleye from them, you know? So this is what we're focusing on. We're looking at this whole interaction between the mind, the environment. So who do we live with? What does that look like? And then also focusing on the body, but less on curative approaches and diagnostic information and more on how do I live my life? How do I be efficient with my energy? Next slide, please. So he talked about we'll do 50 or 100% of 50% of the work, and they'll do the 100% of the other 50. What does that actually look like? So the research supports a model that has about 100 hours of intensive treatment. So it is quite a commitment of about 1 month, 4 weeks long, and there's 100 hours of treatment in there. And so what it includes, as you can see, is a couple of days of admission evaluations where every patient is meeting every member of the team. We're all doing a little bit of diagnostic information, just understanding a little bit about them and making our treatment plans. Then the actual treatment is about 15 days. And then we do 2 days of discharge evaluation as well. So treatment is, we are an intensive outpatient treatment. Our individuals, we ask that if they're able to, or if they have a distance to travel, that they stay in lodging that we have in the hospital in Building 10. But we are an outpatient program, so the program goes from 8 until 3:30 every day. Monday through Friday, and then we do have things that are available on the evenings and weekends if individuals are staying with us or in our lodging for the entire month. We also include, which is really important, is that most of us don't live in a bubble. We live around other people and with other people. And so we have a day that's very important to us with family and support members, where we really say, who are the people that are important in your life? And they want to know, how do we keep moving forward as well? And so that's what that day is geared towards. And then we have an aftercare program as well. So there's a lot of treatment going on in that month. Then we have some formal follow-up, but we also have an aftercare program, which is basically just built-in support as people have graduated and moving forward, still having a place that they can come back to, or we're keeping on track with the treatment goals. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have been up one slide. Was I? There we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. It's hard for me to see. I think I might have a different version. Thank you. Sorry about that. We might have had a couple edited versions. So you're all wondering what I'm talking about. So this slide, what we're really looking at is the idea of rehabilitation. So I talked a little bit about the program, but the idea is just to focus on who is that person, when they're functioning well, what's important in life, and moving them towards that direction. So rather than a curative approach, looking at how do we focus on functioning. And then the program aspect is having it be structured, planned, intentional, and helping them move forward in their goals. Next slide, please. So the program is focused, as I mentioned, on functional restoration. So it's interdisciplinary, so we have a full team of providers. We are looking at one of the goals, as we mentioned, and Dr. Townsend spoke about the role of medications and the higher likelihood and the numbers of individuals that are having overdoses from opioid medications. And so one of the components of our program is to do an opioid withdrawal, a taper, and to also look at multiple medications that are being used and really trying to optimize medications. We have the program, which is based on strong research, so all of the components that we have included in the program are supported by research, and it's endorsed by the American Pain Society. So I jumped ahead of myself and talked about that 100 hours of treatment that they're getting, and that's related to what the research demonstrates. The program that we have at the Minneapolis VA is consistent with programs like Dr. Townsend mentioned from the Mayo Clinic, and also the Tampa VA has been running their program, which is consistent with ours, for the last 27 years. Next slide, please. Here's the slide I was talking about with the 100 hours of treatment. So I spoke through that a little bit, our couple of days of admission evaluation, the treatment plan for about 15 days, and then our discharge. Next slide. So when you wonder what are people coming to work on, what are some of the goals that we have specifically as you're coming through the program, we want to focus on increasing physical endurance, stability, stamina, right? They talk about wanting to be able to hunt. How far do you have to walk to that deer stand? What does it take to be able to have that endurance? Decreasing the control of pain on life. Finding for various veterans, it might be wanting to return to work or different volunteer opportunities, more social activities. So what are things that would be important to be doing more of? Focusing on medication use and optimizing that. And also talking about how the impact of our mind on our body and our emotional functioning, how all of that is related, and the importance of really looking at all of it, everyone as a whole person, and focusing on all of those areas when we're thinking about pain rehabilitation. We also do a lot of education about healthcare and how to advocate and be a wise consumer of some of the different medications or therapies that are out there. And then also focusing on really at the bottom end of the day, if someone can say, you know what, just like Mr. Williams spoke about, I have this pain, but I'm functional, I'm able to manage it, I feel confident in that. That's one of the goals that we have for individuals as they're coming through the program. Next slide, please. One of the ways that we'll talk about this when we think about, moving from that model of finding another diagnostic image or more medications to try is to think about it like diabetes. Anyone in here know anyone who has diabetes? Right? Pretty darn common. It's one of those things, once you get it, you got it, right? And having diabetes and managing diabetes is so much more than just looking at blood sugars, right? It's that entire approach that you have to take where diabetes can become a huge thing, right, if it's not managed and gets out of control. But if you think about lifestyle, exercise, diet, blood sugars, all of those things contribute to managing something that can be smaller, so that you can have diabetes and do the things that are really important. So that's the way that sometimes we'll talk about this model. Next slide, please. So if someone is interested in CPRP, or one of the individuals that you represent at your post is wondering, gosh, what's up with that 1-month program? Is it something that would be appropriate for me? Some of the questions that we encourage people to be thinking about, or when we're doing evaluations, people will come in and talk with us about, is have doctors been speaking about, you know what, there's nothing else that can be done from a surgical standpoint or medications to help manage the pain. You know, we kind of tried everything. Is my life controlled by pain? One of our great questions we'll ask is, so today is Saturday, someone says, hey, do you want to grab a cup of coffee on Tuesday? And someone says, well, depends on my pain. That means pain is having a big impact on making decisions. And someone often in that place feels like, gosh, pain is really controlling my life. Are other people, or am I concerned about the medications I'm taking? The long-term effects, or gosh, I feel like I live my life around my pill bottle. That might be a good indication that you or someone else would be interested in our program. And again, am I not able to commit to events or go places that are important to me because of my pain? Then we want to really focus on how can we decrease the impact of pain on life. Next slide, please. So our general criteria, there is quite a process to meet with individuals and make sure that they're a good candidate at that time for our program. So one is being motivated to participate in intensive rehabilitation, motivated to come spend 100 hours with us and work on treatment. There's a lot of skepticism, right? We've been through a lot of different doctors, a lot of different appointments, and we expect that. But is someone ready to kind of come with an open mind and embrace some of the different interventions, and that's a good time to know that this would be the right thing for them. Motivated to withdraw off of opioid pain medications. So we can talk more about that in our process of how we do that. It's a very structured taper, and it's something that we do very thoughtfully and planned. Someone willing to do that, then they would be a good candidate for our program. And then also being able to have a stable mood and be able to participate well in a group setting. Our program is done in a group, and so that's an important aspect of being able to work well with other people. And then we have a strong medical evaluation as well, just to make sure everyone's medically stable, not going to fall or have any other risks that we can foresee, so that they're healthy to participate. Next slide, please. One of the aspects that we've spoken a little bit about is tapering individuals off of pain medications. So this slide just shows one of the ways that we look at it, because there's so many different medications out there, is trying to say, how do we kind of compare apples to apples? And so one way that we do that is looking at morphine equivalents. And as you can see on admission, that slope goes down pretty quickly. So individuals that are at that average level of 58 morphine equivalents daily dose decrease significantly and maintained at our follow-up time points. Next slide, please. And you know, we share these graphs because a lot of people wonder, gosh, it's a whole month, it's 100 hours. What am I going to get out of this? And so that's the evidence to demonstrate tapering off of the medication. The other thing is we've found so much that word of mouth matters and satisfaction matters. If someone says, hey, I'd actually tell someone else that I care about to come to that program as well, that really means a lot. And so this is our satisfaction data, where you can see that our veterans have been very pleased with the program that we've had and would recommend others. Next slide, please. We also want to talk about the goals that they have when they're coming to the program in terms of being able to do more activities, engage better in activities that are important to them. And so as you can see, on 6-month follow-up, over half of our participants demonstrated a 30% or greater improvement in endurance and gait speed. So moving faster and moving longer compared to when they were on admission. And most of them had been pretty sedentary, spending the majority of their time laying down or maybe in a recliner. So it's a big deal. At 6 months after graduation, they had an average of 40% improvement in walking endurance, so being able to walk further and longer. 70% of our participants reported improved pain severity. So we don't speak necessarily about coming and having pain go away. We talk about being able to focus on rehabilitation and activities in spite of pain, but we still can see for many of our participants a decrease in pain severity over time. Next slide, please. The other thing that we like to highlight and feel is important is just looking at the impact of pain on mood. So many individuals have depression and pretty decreased mood. So what we can see is we've got some good evidence that our program is helpful in that area. that for those who are at moderately severe to severe depression, so higher levels of depression, there's been a significant decrease that has maintained at our follow-up on discharge and at 6 months. And the same thing for our individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder. Certainly in the veteran population, it's such a common phenomenon that we're seeing. And so we're actually seeing good evidence that for about 30% of our veterans, we're seeing a pretty significant decrease in PTSD symptoms from admission to discharge, and that's lasting at 6-month follow-up. Next slide, please. And so some feedback. This is one of our favorite slides to talk about, which is just what do our veterans have to say about their success with the program. And each of us can put a face to these quotes here, but I'll just share a few of them because I think they're so important and so rewarding. I've done more activity in 3 weeks than I've done in 3 years, someone will say. My pain is still here, but it's not in control of my life anymore. I'm doing more. My mom keeps asking me what medication you put me on. My kids said I smile more. That veteran said, she's like, you're so calm. What happened? What do they do over there? I thought this was going to be a bunch of hippie crap stuff. But I really feel like I learned a lot and I have some new tools. I feel like I'm dating my wife again. That was very cool for us to see. I was intimidated by being in a group at first, but I never knew going to a pain program could be so much fun. Who knew? And I think I'll just go to the last one here. My children stopped talking about their pain. My wife stopped walking on eggshells. So speaking to the impact on their family and overall wellness. I'd like to offer a little bit of time if there are any specific questions anyone has.
Actually, we determined that it actually will be available in the hall to be able to address some more questions specifically. So thank you, Dr. Krause. One of the things as I'm listening to Dr. Krause is majority of individuals who are coming to our program actually don't want to come to our program. They actually don't want to see us. They don't want to work with us, but they will consistently say, you know what, my life is getting to a point where I see you now as the only option that I have, and I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I know I want my life back. I know that I want to be that father. I know I want to be that mother, that grandmother, that grandfather that I haven't been, that daughter, that brother, and I know that I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I know I need to try. Individuals that mostly come to our program now, we are currently finishing our 8th cohort, and we're scheduling another one for November and January. And then consistently from there is individuals are coming there mostly, they're describing being very sedentary, oftentimes saying they spend the majority of their time on their couch watching television and no longer being able to accept invitations, or in some ways, or even harder, no longer getting invitations to participate in activities with their families. And so being able to be a part, the most rewarding for us is then when we start to see the personalities and the people come back and continue to come in even after care to get that support, and then have the providers within the primary care and the mental health teams that work with individuals come back to us and say, I'm not sure what you did in that month, but you've done more in that month than what I could have done in that 5 years with what they were currently doing, or even in some cases 10 years. So we're really happy to be a part of this team, being able to start to pair this from the neuroscience standpoint. We've learned a lot more in 5 years than we have in 100 years about chronic pain and actually where the pain is signaling in the brain. And that's actually some of the work from the neuroscience discussions have been to, in some ways, as they've looked at PTSD, what's going on in the brain, how to do treatment and see the changes that are made. We're actually starting to take consideration of some of the work that's already being done in other areas and see how we can bring that to understanding what's going on pre and post the treatment after we start to see significant changes in improving functioning, quality of life, and helping with pain as people come to the program. So this has been an exciting time, and again, we thank you for the opportunity to share this with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
At this point in time, let's all stand up, take about 5 minutes, shake it out, greet the people around you.
I'm sorry, Lynn. I thought they were bringing our
If you don't lose too many, I'm sure you lose some. Thanks to you, we got some videos. Good.
Can I just holler these couple?
Go for it.
I have a couple quick announcements here. There's a beige sparkly zipper sweater that was left in the 1st District Hospitality Room. It's up in the auxiliary office. I can't see this one. Will the following people please come to the silent auction ASAP? The list is very short. Casey Mitchelltree, Lucy Caliguri, Barb Knutson, Taylor Teiglin, Mike Ash, Anna Mae Warnier, Sheba, and Pat Logan. It was this morning.
How are we doing? Good. I haven't looked at time. Oh, we're right on. We're good. That's why I did this. Second district. Thank you. Well, yeah. On the fundraising side, that's why. Hopefully, otherwise it's kind of tough. It's like Laura said, if you're going to buy a wheelchair, they'll buy it. I can see this.
We will nationalize us. It's absolutely fact.
A couple of quick reminders. If you're a committee member, a committee chairman, and if you not have yet picked up your American Legion committee book, please see us for that. There will be an auction of a couple of boxes and some items here before we depart today, so keep your wallets handy. If you have not picked up a questionnaire that allows you the opportunity to provide feedback about the way the fall conference has been done, please stop up and pick up one of those forms and fill it out. We certainly want to know what your thoughts and ideas are as we progress in this new way of doing business as an American Legion family. Thank you. Cookie? Sure. Really good. I'm going to auction these off for your project. That's right. Morning. Morning. Randy. Doing good. Questionnaire. I'm sorry. They're out the door. There's one there, and Mark DeVorick in the back took them, and he started our job.
Laying on the table.
Doing good. Well, when we run this, when we get going again, we're going to talk about that. About what those questionnaires, please fill them out, leave
Sergeant at Arms. We need your input for planning future events.
Yeah, I just did that.
You did tell them that?
Yeah, I just did, yep.
Okay.
Yep, we appreciate your input. We want to continue with this format.
They're all over the board, but I read them. Okay, Randy?
Are you sure you don't want to get it? I'm positive. I'm positive.
Daryl? When we get going again, I'm going to ask you to say, whenever we get going here again, I'll give you the high sign. Okay?
You can't have it.
You didn't write anything down? Well, I have to write.
These now are going to the auxiliary. These all the questionnaires from the 3 meetings. From there, they're going to go to cluster development. From there, they're going to go to strategic planning. So, do you want
These are ones that have been returned?
No, these are from the 3 sessions.
Oh, from those 3 sessions.
These are the 200. Do you want to see them before they go somewhere?
No, if you're ready and you can hand them off now, go for it.
What, do you want to be in the cycle series before strategic planning?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah. Would they need to go to, if I look at them, if I take them to look at them, where do they need to go after me?
They go, actually, she has what she needs. She's going to Bill's guys. They go to Bill's guys. Okay?
Yeah, I know, but you know, some people would learn to go to bed.
Good stuff. I'll talk to Sandy. How they do? She's off burning. It's usually ladies first, but they
Okay, let's please find our seats so we can reconvene and keep this on schedule.
Jeremy, grab him. Right. Thank you. Notifying us about the, okay, got it.
Okay, we'll be back for that. That's the last thing on there. We're not going to be gone that long. Okay. Daryl? You know what the overwhelming, we need to find a way. I don't know how, but find a way to put younger veterans on the stage, even if it means mentoring them and just giving them a job. Yep. And standing behind the scenes. You should see the comment I got on the national committee. Why isn't this person, I got something, you old guys stand back and just mentor or her. We're aware. These are our futures. The other big thing.
Please take your seats. Okay, the next section is going to deal with our youth and our youth programs, and we're going to kick it off with our Boys State, Mr. Mike Reddick.
Well, Department Commander Kellogg, President Frederickson, National Historian Kofer, NEC's Ronning and Ronning, National Vice President, the SAL Oswald, and our writer Sully, American Legion family, guests one and all. I'm proud to be standing before you to give a report on Boys State. The program of Boys State and Girls State, and we have Girls State right over here, and we're great cooperation between these two programs. It's where really the auxiliary and the American Legion, and through the tremendous work of the SAL and the writers, that we all come together in a program representing one of the pillars of our organization, Americanism. I'm just going to quote a couple of things from the preamble. What do? Uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. To foster and perpetuate a 100% Americanism. To inculcate a sense of individual obligation to the community, state, and nation. Never before in the history of this country has a program like Boys State and Girls State been so vitally important. Now, I was able to be at Boys Nation and get on the radio station, and we broadcasted to like 360 stations in the middle of the night. And a proud American Legion member from the Philippines called in, and he said, listening to your Boys Nation president and vice president, I am proud to pay my dues. That $5 increase, we will be proud to promote programs for our youth, like this program and the other programs that are going to follow. Now, I've got a big thank you to the guy that's standing behind me. And if the video doesn't work, he's going to have to go out there and do the song and dance for me. But Lee has represented me throughout my tenure as the director, because many times I'm not able to come to your convention as I'm at Washington, D.C. So thank you, Lee. I also want to take 2 seconds to point out that from Post 189 of Pine Island, our past director, Jerry Postier, has passed away, and I know that our department chaplain has already taken the time to give a moment of silence. I now ask that everyone that has contributed as a volunteer, as a staff member, or as a driver, or assisted any of the programs of Girls State and Boys State, please rise in the audience. Please, all of you. Look at that tremendous group. Let's give them a round of applause. They're the ones that are impacting our youth. Now, just a little bit of a background before we go on to the first two videos. We had a great young man come out of Anoka. He followed his brother's footsteps, and he did very well at Boys Nation. He was one of the top young men at Boys Nation. He barely missed being vice president of Boys Nation following his brother's act of being president. We're sad that the family has moved to Colorado, so Christian Toronto is not able to be with us today. The other young man who came from the Wayzata Post is an avid rower. And in Minnesota, we don't have many rowers. He actually came to Boys State a day late because he was rowing down in Florida. He's being highly recruited by many of the colleges on the East Coast, and he's trying to get into one of the academies himself. So because he's out on the East Coast today, he can't be here as well. But I want to give you a little message about him. Before he came to Boys Nation, he came out a week early to visit with both Congressman Paulson and Congressman Walz, so they would introduce his legislation that he introduced at Boys Nation to pass a bill that military dogs, when they are done with their service, be put up for adoption. And he put this through at Boys Nation, got it passed. The president vetoed it, and I'm proud to say it was overridden. And we stand proud with our youth in our organization. Now, they don't get a lot of thanks, and that's Randy and Sandy up here as our team leaders at the department headquarters, and that brilliant team behind Al, Jeremy, and Tom, and I know Jennifer's not here, and Lori, and the entire department staff. Let's give them a round of applause. They deserve it. They really do. Our programs wouldn't be what they would be if it wasn't for them. So if we'll let the first video roll, let's see what they have to say. This is Christian Toronto from Andover High School in...
Members of the American Legion. I will begin simply by saying thank you. I've never experienced something quite like my weeks at Boys State and Boys Nation, and it is the American Legion that I have to thank for that. The motto of Boys Nation is a week that shapes a lifetime, and there is no truer statement, both for Boys State and Boys Nation. The lessons I learned during these 2 incredible weeks, along with the lifelong friendships I made and the sense of duty instilled upon me, made this program the greatest I have ever had the opportunity to be a part of. I cannot repay the Legion for the priceless gift they've given me, but I will live my life in accordance to the principles that these programs have taught me. The leadership values instilled within me by the leaders I came in contact with through these Legion programs have already begun to make an impact upon me. I have continually striven to set a good example for my peers and to lead in a way of a young man with morals and goals for the future. It was only a week into my varsity tennis season when my teammates magnified my efforts by naming me captain of the team. This was a shock. I had only lived in Colorado for about 2 weeks, and already leadership was being thrust upon me. I assumed this leadership position and strove to be the hardest worker on the team, the most dedicated worker on the team. My work and example paid off. I went from an average tennis player to one that placed second in regionals and qualified for the state tennis tournament. I believe that without the influence of Boys State and Nation, I would have had a very different senior season. I would have settled for mediocrity. And I thank you for the values you instilled within me. As long as I have the ability to speak, I will strive to recruit new Boys Staters so that they may also have this incredible opportunity. Already I've had opportunities to tell countless of my peers of the amazing experiences I have. I wear my Boys State and Boys Nation shirts proudly. And I've also placed my car keys on my Boys State and Boys Nation lanyards, hoping to draw questions about them so that I might inform others about my experiences. Each and every one of them has expressed disbelief that I met the president this summer. I toured the Pentagon, I toured the White House, and I met senators and representatives on Capitol Hill. They express sincere interest when I tell them of the opportunity to connect and to be a part of the future. I thank you one last time for allowing me to be part of these life-shaping programs. For the way you shape young men and young women of tomorrow, I thank you. With much appreciation and respect, I offer you a farewell and thank you one last time.
And then the second senator was the senator from Wayzata High School, Wayzata Post, and that's Jared Heflin.
Jared Heflin, and I was one of the delegates from Minnesota Boys State to represent Boys Nation in Washington, D.C. And I'd really like to thank the American Legion of Minnesota for sending me to this incredible event. It was truly a week that shapes a lifetime, which is their motto. And I mean, I take it for heart every single day. The people that I got to meet there were just so incredible. They were all driven, extremely motivated, and highly impressive men, and it was awesome to be surrounded by them. They say you're the average of the 5 people you're surrounded by, and when I was there, I couldn't ask for anything better. Many of these men wanted to go to academies, and everybody there wanted to serve their nation. So I couldn't think of any better scenario or place to be. All the visits that I got to do at Boys Nation, outside of all the mock government work that we got to do, were just incredible. Visiting the mall, seeing all the memorials with the veterans was just a really, really humbling experience. Going to Arlington Cemetery, seeing the tomb of the unknown soldier, and the laying white roses at one of the counselors' friends' graves and sending them to their mothers was just a really, really awesome experience that I was able to see and take part of. And I really have to thank you guys for the opportunity there. Seeing the White House, being able to meet the President of the United States was just extremely awesome. And spending time with the national commander and then going to the national post in Washington, D.C. were just terrific events. I also learned a lot when I was here at this event, and I learned a lot about leadership and that you have to serve others before you serve yourself. And you always have to take care of the people that you're in charge of. And with that, you don't gain any followers leading from the back. You always have to be in the front for people to follow you, which means you have to lead by example and always be the best person you can be for the group, not in the group. I'd really like to thank the American Legion Post 118 from Wayzata, Minnesota. You guys are the absolute best. I'm very, very proud to be from you guys. Thank you for the opportunity to go to Boys State and Boys Nation. It was truly a week that shapes a lifetime. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, now I have a series of slides, and so if we could put the first slide up, I'm going to talk about the young man from Apollo High School from the Way Park Post. He is the 2015 recipient of the Sampson Scholarship for $20,000. And I think Way Park Post should be proud of that. Just a little bit of background, because Marlon brought this up, and it's really the NEC that approves these scholarships. The Committee on Youth Education has got a membership of 13 members. They get a 992-page binder, almost 1,000 pages to read through, and they have to judge these. And there's 5 different regions. One boy from Girl State, one boy from Boy State, and one girl from Girl State. We don't want to get that backwards. Get to submit an application through their respective state programs. So there are 98 applications that are received, and I know Bev in the past has read through those many applications and sorted through them, and we've had maybe other people in the room that have done that as well, and they come up to consensus, and then 2 from each region. The other young man from the region that Isaac is from Nebraska, so those are our 2 regional representatives. Next. We have our candidates, Gibby Kullstrom from Excelsior and Anthony Rosa from Eden Prairie. They're doing a little bit of exercise to see who gets to call the flip on the coin, who gets to speak first. And so Anthony Rosa was our governor, and he will be representing us at 2016 Boys State. Next. There we have our 2 Boys Nation senators with Senator Klobuchar, and she has been a very good backer of and promoter of our program. Next. Again, our 2 senators, as they have represented us at Boys Nation. I want to say that Isaac Logeman was a first alternate to Boys Nation. His brother was a senator to Boys Nation, and also a $20,000 scholarship recipient. Next is Congressman Walz with our 2 distinguished senators. Congressman Walz opened up our Boys State program this past year. He's a very great backer of our program, our family, and no better way to kick off our program. Okay, next. This is maybe a little bit smaller to see, but it's not as big as the moment that every Girls Nation senator, every Boys Nation senator has the pride to see the President of the United States. I'm going to have just a little bit of a story. A young man from Arkansas approached the President and said, "Would you be willing to listen to my oratorical speech?" And the President said, "If you put it up on the web, if I get the opportunity, we'll do that." I don't know of another country that the leader
of the country would take the time to listen to a young man or young lady in the White House, where his time is so precious, to listen to the question and answer the question with deep sincerity. This is what the American Legion does. These young ladies wouldn't be in the White House, wouldn't be seeing the president if it wasn't for the American Legion family. And I think you all need to applaud yourselves for this action. Next. We've got a great event happening, and Gene is going to be he's been working behind the scenes with this. We're hoping to launch an SAL squadron at the beginning of the 2016 Boys State program. This would solidify the Boys State program for many years to come. I don't know if you know this, but there's been a gap for 15 years. People that are 2 years younger than me and 17 younger than me weren't able to join the Legion. So we have a gap. And I tell you what, we are very proud to associate ourselves with the SAL and the support they give us. And this is a picture of the young people that step forward and are going to become members of our charter SAL squadron. And we hope to do that at when Daryl's dad comes out and retires the flags for us, as the 40 and 8 does every year. And we hope to have the riders ride around and give this a great show and send off. Yes, that's what our hope is. Okay, next. This is your governor, Tucker Pearson. I'm proud to say he's a cadet at West Point. Next. I think that might be it. That's basically it. And I just want to talk and out a couple other things before I close my remarks. One of our Legionnaires, his dad was department adjutant, Chick Swiner. Anybody remember Chick Swiner being department adjutant? You do. You do. We have one, Bev. Well, Chick recruited his son, Bill, to come to Boys State 67 years ago. He missed twice, once because he was serving his country, and the other one because he was finishing up his veterinarian degree. Dr. Bill Zwiner has been a proud staff member for 65 years in our program. That's an accomplishment you'll not see again. I want to tell you also that there's going to be a really hard look at our bid process, because we're up for a new bid of 2017 through 2021. And whether we stay at SMSU in Marshall or whether we move is going to be a big decision to be put on the table, and they'll be coming up with that on November 18th. We utilize so many Boys Staters, so many former Boys Staters and SAL members. And I want to tell you, if you want to join this leadership team in either a donation to the program or to become a staff member at the program, please let Randy or Jennifer know at department headquarters. They'll get it to me and we'll gladly bring you into the program. I am so proud that we are up here together with Girls State, Girls Nation. I have worked with these proud program of Girls State and Girls Nation, and I want to say thanks for Peggy, all the leadership that she's given to me, both at Boys Nation and Girls Nation, and as Boys State. And Marcia and her son have been very, very valuable in my side, and you know that Doug has been a big help in the contributing to the scholarships that he's given. So I turn back, and this is my report. Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you, Mike.
At this time, I'd like to present to you Marcia Bible, the Girls State Chairman.
Good morning. He's a tough act to follow. Commander Jim, President Sandy, Honorary Junior President Bryce, members of the American Legion family, and our guests. American Legion Auxiliary Minnesota Girls State will be held at Bethel University in St. Paul, June 12th to the 18th, 2016. The staff will come in on Saturday, June 11th. Please note that this is a change of venue for us from last year, and the session will return to the Sunday afternoon through late Saturday morning schedule that we had a few years ago. American Legion Minnesota Boys State will be held the same dates at Southwest State University in Marshall. The registration fee this year for both of our programs will be $300 per participant. Auxiliary members, your reservations are due into the department office by March 31st. The names of your citizens are due to the department office no later than May 1st. Several members of both the Girls State and the Boys State staff had committee had the opportunity to participate in the Boys and Girls State Conference held in Indianapolis in late September. At this conference, we had the opportunity to learn about some very important updates and revisions that will affect both of our programs. We also took some time before the conference to meet together, and we shared a lot of ideas and best practices between the Minnesota American Legion and Auxiliary. Our programs are officially called the American Legion or American Legion Auxiliary Minnesota Boys or Girls State, and should be referred to as that, not just Boys State or Girls State, so that everyone knows who sponsors our program. Many of the citizens that have attended each year, and also the general public, have absolutely no idea who sponsors this program, that it's by us, and it's not sponsored by their local school or the university where the program is held. We were reminded that it is both of our organization's responsibilities to select our own participants that our posts and unit sponsors, and not leave that up to the discretion of the schools. Many of the citizens that attend each year, and I went to the wrong line, sorry. The post and unit should be the sole decider on who you wish to represent you at this program. We are a privately funded program. Our own organization pays for this program. If we hold our sessions at a public facility, we are required to follow the rules of Title IX. But if we hold our sessions at a private facility, we do not have to follow those rules. Selection should be made on the availability and the suitability of the candidates. When selecting your representatives, you do not have to do away with any of the values that this organization holds so strong. You are not obligated to accept every applicant. Applicants should not be adverse to religion and should be willing to participate in non-denominational prayer, and definitely should support freedom of democracy. That's what our organization is all about. Citizens of Boys and Girls State now must be a legal resident of the United States, and if attendees are not American citizens, participants starting this year will be required to provide proof of residency, which is a copy of their I-9 form, commonly referred to as a green card, when they apply to your local post and unit. Our preamble reads, "To uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and to maintain law and order." The laws of this country clearly state that you must be a legal resident to reside in it. Also new this year, the Samsung scholarship applications will be completed online only. Please make sure that you advise your citizens that will be attending to complete their application form in plenty of time before school ends, so that their guidance counselors can also access their application and complete their verification portion of the application. This change should guarantee that every applicant from every state, and if you imagine every state has how many, 400 times 2 programs times, well, it will be 50 states because Hawaii is going to start a Girl State program. That's a lot of information out there. This will assure that all of their information will be secure from identity theft, and it will protect our organization in doing that. There are no restrictions on the number of citizens any unit or post may send. If there are no high schools in your community, we ask you to consider sponsoring or co-sponsoring a citizen from the junior class in a neighboring community. There are over 500 public, private, and home schools out there that receive information about our programs. It's the responsibility of the Boys and Girls State Chairman to contact their local schools to inform them that your unit or post would like to sponsor a citizen. Auxiliary members, I want to remind you that for the auxiliary, we do have a Department Girls State Fund that your unit may access once every 3 years if you want to send a girl to Girls State and you don't have the funding. I would also like to announce that although Minnesota Girls State did not have a Samsung Scholarship winner, we did have a finalist. Taylor Nelson from Woodbury, Minnesota, will receive an $852 scholarship to assist with her college expenses. So Minnesota did have a 2 for 2. Auxiliary similarly has 2 senators that attended Girls Nation in Washington, D.C. each year. We are very fortunate to have both of the Girls Nation senators with us today, Katarina Christensen and Louise Lundstrom. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the senior senator, Katarina Christensen, for her remarks.
Good morning. Ooh, that was an enthusiastic response. So as I was just introduced, I was the senior senator this year for Girls Nation from Minnesota, and it was an absolute honor to be able to represent the state at Girls Nation this year. I'd like to take a little bit of time to tell you about what we did at Girls Nation and what I plan to do now that Girls Nation has been completed. At ALA's Girls Nation, the rising generation of female leaders was able to come together and learn about the inner workings of the United States government and the values of patriotism. The experiences we had, the things we learned, the memories and connections that we made will affect this generation of leaders for a lifetime. I'd like to take a little bit of time to tell you about those experiences. Each morning we rose early to raise the flag, sing the national anthem, and say the Pledge of Allegiance. And then every evening we lowered that flag. We toured the monuments at the National Mall at twilight, and then we went on to sing a variety of patriotic songs before a large cheering crowd at the Lincoln Memorial. We visited the Holocaust Museum and the National Cemetery at Arlington, both of which served as grave reminders that the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. We also had the unique opportunity to see the residence of our nation's greatest leaders, the White House. We also had the opportunity to meet the man that stands behind the politics of America, the President of the United States. While we were at the White House, I would like to share, I was able to fulfill a lifelong dream of mine by taking a picture next to the portrait of Ronald Reagan that hangs in the White House. It was quite an exciting experience for me. I must admit that my father and grandfather are pretty jealous that I have that photograph. Girls Nation provided us with an experience that only 1 in 20 million Americans will ever receive. Now, every year, numerous elections are held at Girls Nation. The 2 most prominent positions at Girls Nation are the positions of president and vice president, which are elected by the senators at Girls Nation. However, there is a 3rd position that is not known about until the final night at Girls Nation. This is the position of most outstanding senator. The president and the vice president both receive scholarships of $3,000 and $2,000. The most outstanding senator receives a scholarship of $2,000. I'm proud to announce that this year I was chosen by the girls at Girls Nation as well as the staff to receive Most Outstanding Senator. Oh, goodness. I'm incredibly honored for that. My goodness. It's an honor to bring that award home to Minnesota. I believe I'm the first senator from Minnesota to receive that award, so that's very gratifying. All right, so, oh goodness, sorry, I'm really shocked by that. Taking me by surprise here. All right, well, I was honored to be presented that award, and I'm infinitely grateful to all of you for affording me that opportunity. I'd also like to take this time to thank the Chanhassen Legion Post number 580. Are there any members in the audience right now? There they are. Thank you for sponsoring me at Girls State and at Girls Nation. I'd also like to take this time to have my mother stand up. She is among one of my greatest supporters, and I would call her my sponsor as well. I'd also like to thank Louise, my fellow senator, for holding my hand through some of the elections at Girls Nation. Those were pretty heart-beating, so there she is. Thank you, Louise. Immensely supportive. And lastly, I would like to thank my city of Woodlily at Girls State. They were all sitting next to me before they announced the Girls Nation Senators, a process we had to wait a couple days for, so it was a little nerve-wracking, but they were there and very supportive, and I'd like to thank them as well. I believe that this nation is a testimony to the love of our veterans that they have had for us and for our country. Our liberties, our values, everything that America stands for are safe because of the brave men and women that have been ready to face the fires at Freedom's front. Prior to attending ALA Girls Nation, I made the decision that I'm going to serve in the United States military. I'm currently in the application process for the United States Service Academies, a rare occurrence among females. Boys State and Boys Nation, it's rather common. In particular, West Point and the Naval Academy are my first choices. My experience at ALA Girls Nation has only reaffirmed my determination to serve in the armed forces. I can think of no better way to honor the sacrifices that have been made on my behalf. I will never forget the patriotism and the pride I felt while attending Girls Nation. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the junior senator, Louise Lundstrom.
Good morning. How are you guys today? Awesome. Okay. So first, I would like to sincerely say thank you to the New London American Legion Auxiliary 537, and specifically Mrs. Mary Caparis, for the generous support she's given me in this wondrous journey. Without her, I mean, she held my hand through the application process and told me it's all going to be okay. I'm going to have so much fun. So without her, I don't think I would have applied at all. So thank you so, so much, Mary. Thank you. I would also like to take this time to thank my mom. Mom, if you could stand. She's going to wave. She's going to wave. Okay. It's just kind of me and my mom up in small town New London, Minnesota. So without her, I would not be the woman I am today. So I sincerely, sincerely thank you, Mom. I was honored to be chosen to represent my Legion Auxiliary 537 for the Girls State, and then also honored to represent the great state of Minnesota at Girls Nation. It was something I could have never imagined in my wildest dreams. Every and each moment of this experience has been life-changing. There are truly no words that you can put into perspective. There are truly no words that can put into perspective the patriotism, the citizenship, nor the fellowship that I experienced during my weeks at both Girls State and Girls Nation. Please know the gratitude that I have been given, that I have I'm so sorry. I'm so nervous. You guys are just like, all my heroes in one room, and I'm just like, okay. Please know that the gratitude that I have for being given this opportunity is immeasurable. In June, St. Thomas University openly welcomed a group of intelligent, fun-loving, and yes, selfie-taking girls. While there, we were split into cities and ran for various offices, and I was fortunate to be elected mayor of White Oak, which is arguably the best city at Girls State, for sure. They were so supportive, and I want to give a big thank you to them as well. Days and evenings there were spent learning the ins and outs of governments as well as Americanism. To pick out a highlight is impossible, as the entire week spent at Girls State was amazing. I must admit, though, through all I've learned, it was like I've never had a better experience in my entire life. By the week's end, lifelong friendships were forged, and a great group of amazing young women emerged. I look forward to anticipation to discover what the future holds for all of these amazing young women. The process for Girls Nation was intense, to say the least. While writing a federal bill, taking civics tests, and for those that were at Minnesota Girls State, the current events question that no one seemed to know, Dennis Hester, We don't know who he is, unfortunately. And then an intensive interview. And once that was all over and completed, I was informed that I had been selected to attend Girls Nation. And I instantly was brought back to a memory of being very little and telling my mother that one day I would meet the president. While it took a few administrations for that time to actually come, I simply couldn't wait to tell her that my dream had finally came true. Girls Nation was a whirlwind, and I wish to live it over 1,000 times again. Whether it be the daily ceremonious flag raisings or campaigning within our political parties, each day greeted us with an event more amazing than the one before. Our trip to the Lincoln Memorial and singing God Bless America while waving American flags upon the hallowed steps may not have made the top 10 iTunes list, but it is a memory even the visiting tourists will soon not forget. From there, we paid our respects at the World War II Memorial. The sheer size and scope of the monument was amazing. Honoring the more than 400,000 who died, it was a perfect place to reflect on the great country of ours, and it gave me an even better appreciation for the greatest generation. We were also honored to hear Nessie Godden, a Nazi concentration camp survivor, speak of her life. It was truly heart-wrenching. That, coupled with our visit to the United States Holocaust Museum, reminded us all to never forget. Another highlight was being able to explore Washington together with my fellow Minnesota Senator Katarina. Together, we visited the Senate office buildings and at one point ran into GOP presidential candidate Ted Cruz. Now, whether it was just because he was running for president or maybe he's just a nice guy, he happily took a picture with both of us, and we were very excited. Cory Booker, senator from New Jersey, who isn't running for president, wasn't quite as easy to get a picture with. After deciding that I wanted to get the same photo op with the Senator Booker, since he's one of my favorite politicians, I literally had to chase him down one of the Hart's hallways. And it was just, I got to him just as he's walking into the men's restroom. Let me tell you, I think it was Katarina who stopped me from going in there with him. The poor man, bless his heart, was bombarded with a super excited teenager begging for a photo with him. And I asked, "Are you Cory Booker?" And he goes, "Every day." And I died, for sure. While my method may have been a little bit extreme, it totally paid off in the end, as he did comment on the photo I posted of us together on Instagram. So, score. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the trip we took to the White House. It was an honor few will ever experience, and yet here I stand, a girl from rural Minnesota, in the window of a White House looking forward. From outside looking in, you can't understand it. From inside looking out, you can't explain it. And no truer words have ever been spoken. A room where the oaths of office were administered, the history I learned in textbooks came alive around me. Sitting on the sofa in the blue room or sitting at the head of the table in the state dining room, the experience was surreal. My children were sure to be hear about this over and over again one day, whether it be from me or my mother, who seems to tell everyone she ever meets that I met the President of the United States. President Obama greeted and graciously met with each Girls Nation senator. His strong handshake was followed by a genuinely warm hug, even though I messed up my name and forgot my state. But I got it. I got it back. It was good. He laughed. It was good. As the president gave encouraging words of, "Now go out there and change the world," I was overwhelmed with joy, and I, of course, cried. As exciting as meeting the president was, we never forgot the sacrifices of the men and women of our armed forces throughout the entire time of our stay. I was humbled to read a poem at Arlington National Cemetery's amphitheater. It reminded me to remember the sacrifices of our brave men and women. An inscription above the amphitheater stage is an excerpt from Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. It reads, "We here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain." Standing before my fellow senators, the public paying their respects, and those having paid the ultimate sacrifice now resting amidst the sacred ground, the world was put into perspective for me. As we honored all the military women as we walked through the Women's in Military Service for America Memorial, I have never felt prouder of my country, nor prouder to be a woman in America. As the 99 Girls Nation senators look to the future and continue on their journey into adulthood, we carry with us integrity, pride, and service that our week in Washington taught us. It was a gift from all of you that will last a lifetime and no one will forget. Thank you again. Sorry, I still have a little bit more. I realized my mistake. I'm sorry. All of us are friends across the nation and friends for life. I feel it fitting to end with the words of Ronald Reagan from a speech he gave at the very spot where I stood in Arlington. As we honor their memory today, let us pledge that their lives, their sacrifices, their valor shall be justified and remembered for as long as God gives life to this nation. And let us also pledge to do our utmost to carry out what must have been their wish, that no generation of young men will ever have to share their experience and repeat their sacrifice. Thank you again so very much for this opportunity, your kindness, and your time. But it is now time for me to follow the President Obama's advice to go out and change the world. Thank you all very, very much.
I think we can all agree that our country is in good hands with the high caliber of students that represented both of our organizations this year. I thank all of them for taking the time to either give us a video or to be here to tell us of their experiences, because then we understand why it's so important to sponsor Girls and Boys to Girls and Boys State. I would like to recognize the Girls State Committee. Peggy Tesdahl, Director. Norma Tram is the Education Director. Amelia Tesdahl and Sandra Wursel are committee members, and Jesse Hoppy is the Americanism Chairman. The goal of our program this year is to provide the best program ever this year. Thank you for your interest and your involvement in Boys and Girls State programs. You have no idea the impact that this program has on our young people. One of the things that we are encouraged to do each year is to include our young people in a service project while they're at Girls State. This year, one of the service projects that we are going to do is going to be providing toiletry comfort items to the veterans at both the St. Cloud and the Minneapolis VA. So we're asking all of you in the American Legion family to participate and to help us out. We are asking for you to save your hotel or sample size toiletry items that you get when you come to a conference like this or wherever you might be. And even you can go to Target or Walmart or any of those stores that sell those sizes and bring them to rallies, etc., anytime that we gather throughout the year. And then we're going to store them at the department office, and the girls, when they go to the Capitol, and Sandy gave us permission, don't worry, I already asked. And we're going to do that as a service project when the girls are at the Capitol this year. I'd like to remind everyone that both the Legion and the Auxiliary are always looking for good people who are interested in serving as our volunteers. I have a sign-up sheet and anyone can see me. Some people have signed up already. And the Legionnaires, Mike told you how you can contact for their program. I'd like to leave you with a brief video that was prepared by our PR guru, Michelle Leonard, on Girls State. I think she did an awesome job on it, and we thank her. And it's just our way to show you how wonderful Girls State is for everyone.
Progressive, kind and strong.
And I think that was a big message for this week. That we're all here for a reason, we're all strong, independent women, and when we come together, we can truly do amazing things. Women! I want you to go forth from this experience, use what you've learned, change the world. Betty believes in us, and we believe in us. Betty found her passion. She lived to fly AT-6 airplanes. She lived for it. So go find your AT-6. Go find it and never stop looking for it. And once you find it, never let it go. Thank you.
I apologize. I don't want to be disruptive, but I had to come in and let you know that I am a Girls State alumni 1991. And I was so excited to see the little display out there that I really wanted to come in. And we actually sang those same songs. We did not have phones to take video clips of them though, but we did. But just the context, the school that I went to, so I was in great schools. They ranked schools 0 to 10 or 1 to 10. The school that I came from was about 2 out of 10, 10 being the best. And I was selected to go to Girls State. And at that time, I was the person who could probably barely get on the phone to order a pizza. And for me to have the opportunity, one, great fun, go for a week, hang out on a college campus, of course I would say yes. And what I got from that was more than I had bargained for. And actually fully realized what that was going to be able to come from that experience, having to, run for platforms, form an opinion, an intelligent, opinion on a value, and then be able to argue for it, to be able to express it and have beliefs that became my own, and to be able to actually come away from that experience saying, how can I take the gifts that I've been given and actually the responsibility that comes with that to make a difference, to make the world I'm in, global world, small world, my little corner, my unit, my hospital, how can I make that a better place, is a value that I can actually draw back to that. So, thank you.
The doctor tells us that you went to Nebraska Girls State. And that was 1981?
Yeah, 1991, we were stationed at Offutt at the time.
Isn't that awesome? I went to Pennsylvania Girls State a long time ago.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your donations to keep these programs so strong and so viable. But we could not do it without the chairman that we choose to run these programs. So ladies, gentlemen, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When I was asked to do this, I didn't really know what to talk about, but I'm going to talk about one of the programs that the National has given money to. It's called Operation Democracy. I'm going to read their mission statement. To spread the concepts of freedom, democracy, and peace through goodwill and education, we will continue to honor our veterans and active duty soldiers for the sacrifices they have made for our freedoms. Textbooks cannot teach everything about history, so we've created those projects, programs, and events to educate in the future generations, the children about the generations, and to never forget. This was started in 2010 by a young lady from Locust Valley, New York. She was on the city council. She didn't know much about the American Legion or any other organizations because she was not eligible for auxiliary, did not know too much, but she went to the local post. We want to start doing Memorial Days and Veterans Days. The first year they did at Memorial Day Painting for Peace, and it grew from there from 2010 through 2015. Next, they did Flowers for Peace, Letters of Peace and Thanks, Poppies for Peace in 2016. They did a Flags for Freedom in 2015. They had a graduating class of 181 graduating seniors. They all received an American flag, and what it was about. The reason this started is this young lady was involved with the Normandy people that right after 1948, they started going back and forth between France and the United States, and she wanted to bring out why they were doing it. Last year, they received this award for, I rather imagine around 40,000, because I don't know exactly. Peggy Moon can tell you better because she knows all of that facts. But the thing about it is, she started this not knowing about the American Legion Auxiliary, and any part of the family. She was on the city council to start out. She went to the Legion and said, I want you to fall out for this Memorial Day, this Veterans Day. And of course, naturally, the guys said, nobody will show up. They did. The whole city showed up. So she got decided, well, we're going to do this every year and we're going to do better. And they did. And another thing that happened, she noticed that their post was falling apart. So she, along with people in the neighborhood, got together and they rebuilt their American Legion post. That is quite something, because you and I know how much money it takes to rebuild a building. And a building is not the American Legion, but it needs to be there to help keep our membership. Now I'm going to talk about the temporary financial assistance. And the reason I'm going to bring this one up, there's a lot of grandparents here of veterans. And if you become the guardian of the children, well, the father and the mother are deployed, and you have problems making the house payments and the rent, whatever, this will help you. Any county veteran service officer will start the process. Anybody that is a member of the Legion can be the research person for it. The reason we need to keep this going is because we only do about 10 to 12 in the state a year. There should be more than that. There's a 4-page deal. The main thing is you have to have proof the veteran is in the service or has a 214. Now, he does not have to be American Legion member, VFW member, anything. It's going to be awarded because the children are at risk because they might lose their house or need food, need heat, whatever. If you're the grandparent, you have to have proof of guardianship. And if you're not employed, there's an investigator report that must be filled out, and that's where the Legionnaire would check the statistics on it. It's 4 pages long, and 1 page is just the information for making sure you do it. There is also a spot. Did you go to the post, unit, or squadron? for money. And if they're denied or whatever, they have to put it down. And that's where you sign off. They have to provide creditor information, the actual bills. They don't want to see the phone bill because I'm sorry, they're not going to pay that one. They want to see the current bills for rent, disconnection, eviction notices, and heat, water, lights, and they want to know approximately how much you're spending for food and other monthly income. The department office, Randy's probably signed off on them. I know Tom Newman has signed off on them. That's where they go to be faxed down to the national office. We do not tell them, yes, you're going to get money, because we don't want to get ourselves in trouble. We want them to get the notification from national. The reason I'm telling you about this one is 2 years ago, state of Iowa, Des Moines, Iowa, that happens to be where their state office is. The young lady and her 2 kids were going to be evicted. Her husband was on active duty. Somehow there was a snafu with money coming from the allocation from the military. What happened is the department chairman of the Children and Youth got a hold of her because it hit their media right there at Des Moines. And within a day and a half, she had money to pay those bills and was not evicted. This is very important to keep our veterans and their spouses in their homes. Thank you. I'll give you over to Donner from the auxiliary.
Programs that I have chosen to promote for Children and Youth program this year are the American Legion Oratorical Contest, the Youth Hero Awards, Good Deed Award, Tabs for Ronald McDonald House, and the Star Spangled Kids program. A little bit on each of these programs. The Oratorical Contest, I believe you'll hear about a little later on. The Youth Hero and Good Deed Award, just keep your eyes and ears open for any kids that are doing one of these tasks and nominate them so they can get the award for those tasks. Your unit may also produce an award for those tasks. Just make these kids feel special for what they have done. Tabs for the Ronald McDonald House. Please keep the tabs from your pop cans or whatever cans. Weigh these collections of tabs and turn them into your closest McDonald's restaurant. Turn the weight in on your annual reports to the office. Do not send the tabs to the department office. These Ronald McDonald Restaurant uses these tabs for their Ronald McDonald houses that house families of children that are in the hospital. Now, the Star Spangled Kids program, this program was designed to educate the children and youth on the history of the United States from the aspect of patriotism and the United States Constitution. For this, you could work with your education chairman to schedule a veteran to come into the elementary classrooms and ask the veterans to speak to those kids about what their servicemen means to defending the ideals of the Constitution. On the high school level, the Star Spangled Kids program can be promoted by inviting high school kids to enter the oratorical contest, using their knowledge of the Constitution in their speeches. The programs that I have garnered permission to solicit for are Forgotten Children's Fund, Legionville, Child Welfare Foundation, the TFA that Terry explained, Military Children of the National Guard, and this program replaces the Operation Military Kids program. Please earmark your donations as to which program you would like your donation dedicated to be applied for. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Robin Dorf. On to your activities.
Thank you.
You bet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I would like to, our honorary junior president, I sometimes feel sorry because I think she has, well, two mommies and an auntie is what I say. She has her mom out here, she has Marcia, and she has me. And I would like to thank Commander Kellogg and President Sandy for including her up here yesterday, inviting her up here to be at the front with the family, because our juniors are very important. So thank you. The main goal of the junior program is to encourage our juniors to continue their involvement into senior membership. How many in this room right now, if you could stand, were junior members? I know there's some out here. Stand up. Yay. Juniors are not a separate organization, but are under the guidance of a junior activities chairman in the unit. Junior members plan their own service projects, along with the supporting projects sponsored by the American Legion family. The junior program prepares these young women to become active adult members of the auxiliary by providing positive volunteer experiences that will introduce the principles of our American Legion family. These young women develop leadership skills while having fun and becoming our future leaders. We, the American Legion family, need to engage this next generation to become our future leaders. Success of the junior program is largely dependent on the leadership provided by not only our American Legion family leaders, but also our members. We need to become mentors to them. It's not just the junior activities chairman's responsibility. Ask the members in your units and your posts to become senior mentors who are interested in mentoring our juniors. You could base the pairings on the offices held, their career choices, or even hobby interests. Connecting with your junior members and involving them in activities that support our mission is the best way to ensure the continuation of the auxiliary for as long as there are veterans for us to serve. As they say, it takes a village, and I know we as the American Legion family will be that village for our juniors. It was alarming to me, the statistics that were shared at National Convention. In 2010, at a national level, junior members made up 11% of the auxiliary membership. It was reported as of this year that there's a 40% drop in junior membership. Why? Our junior members are a great resource for recruiting, renewing, and retaining. We have a lot to offer this age group, and our juniors are the best to promote this program. Teach your juniors membership eligibility. Have them help create a plan to recruit friends or family members. Have them invite potential members to events. Plan a junior membership drive. My 10-year-old niece recruited her friend, age 9, which in return gained another membership by signing up her mother. My 10-year-old niece, within minutes, recruited 2 new members at age 10. Have you asked your Legion members if their daughters and granddaughters are members? Utilize your juniors to help with your membership program and make sure to acknowledge them for the work that they are doing. Don't forget your junior members when choosing your Girls State representatives this next year. Give them an opportunity to attend if they have an interest in this great program. The projects that the juniors are working on this year are the Veterans History Project, the VA Student Volunteer Program, and many of you have heard about the Mean Stinks program, by many people having their pinkies painted blue. This year, we were very fortunate to have President Sandy and First Vice President Carol at the Junior Fun Weekend. Sandy got dirty. She got right in there and told Roy how the flowers were going to be planted and got the juniors in there. Carol was out picking up sticks. The juniors worked very hard up at Legionville, and they enjoy working for you. They hooked in a Commander Kellogg to come and have dinner and breakfast with them. Yep, and Bryce is our honorary junior president, Bryce. She told me at the beginning of the year she's not crafty. But one of the first people she made a jar for was for you. And these juniors looked at him and they loved him for being there with him. And I think they kind of melted on you a little bit too, didn't they? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Our national organization is working hard on making events more accessible to our junior members. So this year at the mission training being held in Minneapolis on Saturday, November 7th, they will have a division junior meeting on that same day. The hope is that by bringing the meeting closer to the juniors, they may be able to attend this one-day meeting. It's not too late to register, there's still time. Also at this time, I would like to introduce to you the Northwest Division Junior Activities Chairman, Raylene Tolzman. There she is. Our Department Junior Conference will be April 8th through 9th in Fairmont, Minnesota, being hosted by the 2nd District, and the call to conference will be available January 1st. Next year's Junior Fun Weekend, you can write this down, you can come back, at Legionville will be August 5th through 7th. And as a past junior member, these young women bring me so much joy to work with, because I know that the work and mentoring that we as members are doing is ensuring that this organization for our future. Junior members bring a vital energy, enthusiasm, and a resiliency to our organization. And with speaking of energy and enthusiasm, this next speaker has both. I would like to introduce to you your Department of Minnesota Honorary Junior President, Bryce Soltis.
Good morning. Good morning. Commander Jim, President Sandy, members of the Minnesota American Legion family and guests. I am Bryce Soltis, and I am a junior member of the Silver Star American Legion Auxiliary Unit 428 in Waite Park. This year, I am serving as your honorary department junior president, and I am very excited for this year. My symbol is a pink Gerber daisy, and my theme is Juniors Blossoming the Lives of Veterans. My project is to raise funds for the paintings at the Minnesota State Veteran Cemetery at Little Falls. The Minnesota State Veteran Cemetery Memorial Association commissioned artist Charles Gilbert Kapsner from Little Falls to create a monument of 5 8-by-10-foot oil paintings, each depicting the history of the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard. They are not about any one war or time period, but a collective of all the past, present, and future that unite historical and contemporary military life. Each illuminates faces, stories, victories, and sacrifices of the men and women of the United States Armed Forces and is in honor of them. Each painting will hang permanently in the committal hall at the Minnesota State Veteran Cemetery north of Camp Ripley, where burials take place daily. The Army and Navy paintings were installed in 2011 and 2014. The Coast Guard painting is scheduled for 2015, followed by the Marine Corps and Air Force. Your financial contributions ensures that our veteran stories are remembered forever. This project means a lot to me because my dad, Alan, and my grandpa, Billy, are buried at the cemetery. I would gladly appreciate post and unit donations for my project. This project is a part of the Central Minnesota Initiative Foundation, which is a 501c organization, so charitable gambling donations are most welcome. Donations can also come from the general funds, but cannot come from Poppy funds. All donations should be sent to the Auxiliary Department Office earmarked Department Junior President Project. I do have brochures available for anyone who is interested in more information. So Robin Dorff took all my thunder for the next part of my speech, but if you want to hear it a second time, I'm going to say it again. July 31st through August 2nd, the junior members of Minnesota had an opportunity to celebrate our 7th annual Junior Fun Weekend at Legionville. We had juniors and their chaperones from throughout the state participate. We tie-dyed t-shirts, worked on anti-bowling, swam in the lake, picked up wood from the storm damage, and planted the flowers that are around the new Legionville sign. We thank you for allowing us to use this wonderful camp. If you have junior members that haven't joined us, I encourage you to get them involved and join us next summer. It's really fun. I also encourage all of you to bring your junior members to Fairmont April 8th and 9th to be a part of our department junior conference. Friday evening is our fun time, and Saturday we hold our conference. We're always looking for more junior members to join us and get involved. The juniors are ready for a great and exciting year. We'd love to have your junior members be a part of our group. So I do have 2 junior members right behind me. I have Jules Efta, which is the Northwestern Division Honorary Junior Vice President. And I also have Kiana Coleman Woods, who is my Honorary Department First Vice President. I would also like to introduce my mom, Teresa Rudnicki. Stand up, please. Thank you. My dad, Stephen Rudnicki. My brother, Raymond, who I don't know where he went. He's not here anymore. Where is he? Oh, he's right there. And then my grandmother, Mary Larson. I don't know where she is either. Oh, she's way back there waving. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak on behalf of the juniors. I greatly appreciate it, and hope you all have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
We can be very proud of this young lady. The other thing is, Bryce has not officially been pinned, installed as the, she went through the installation, but she never got her pinning at that time. So I'm going to pin over her heart her junior president pin. And as she brought up about her project, I think it's just a wonderful project. I would like to give her a donation from me personally, from both Dennis and I.
Thank you.
You can give it to the department secretary.
Thank you.
But do support her. If it's $5 from your unit, I think we can help her get the project done that she wants done. Thank you.
I saw this project and
Thank you.
for your project, for my wife and I.
Thank you. I
You bet.
appreciate it.
Next, we have Deb Norman for the oratorical. Thanks, Deb.
I have a slide deck. My name is Deb Norman. I am a dual Post 45 Legion and auxiliary member. Yay! I am a 3rd District chaplain, and I'm honored this year to be the Department Oratorical Chair. And also, I am the faceless candidate for 2016-2017 Department Chaplain. Through some glitch, my picture didn't get in the Legionnaire. I'd like to identify my Vice Chair, Linda Dvorak. Linda is standing right there. Okay. Next slide. I'm not going to read the slides to you. I know you can read. The contest at the post level can be as informal as you need it to be. We do, obviously you're strongly encouraged to have the 8 to 10 minute oration on an element of the Constitution of the United States. We don't yet have the dates for all the district contests. I will be sending out an email to all the the district chairs and ask them for that information, as well as the awards that they receive, the candidates or the contestants receive at that level. And that information will most likely be forwarded to Linda Dvorak, who will organize that. Next slide. For the district contests, it's a little bit tighter time. It's a little bit tighter. It is a lot more concise. It is a lot more like the department contest and the national contests. This year we have a little bit tighter timeline between the district and the department, simply because we ran into some date issues. So there were scheduling conflicts. Remember, these kids put in a lot of time researching their project, their orations, and preparing for their orations. Make sure that you have very professional judges at all of your events within the posts and within the districts. We would not like to give any impression that there is a favored contestant. And that is something that was highly stressed at the department or the national conference. Next slide. The department contest, I'm giving you the local information because the brochures disappeared off the tables upstairs, I'm happy to say. The banquet for the contestants and chaperones are Friday, February 19th at Anoka. They have very nicely stepped up. Coon Rapids and Osseo will be the semifinal location the following day, and the finals will be back at Anoka Post. Each contestant and their chaperone will again be provided funds for, or provided with a hotel and motel room the night before the department contest. We do live in Minnesota. Weather is iffy. The contest is in February. We do need to be prepared. We want to give the contestants as much or as little stress as possible. And if somebody's scrambling to get there in the middle of a snowstorm on Saturday morning, that's not going to be good. So, next slide. I've included the extemporaneous topics. These will be the assigned topics, and I believe that they are printed in the brochures, but I want to make sure that you all have this information. It will be coming out in the mailing that will come out, God willing, this week. Please make sure that any kid, any one of your children who would be interested in doing this, and remember, it's open to freshmen and up, or through senior, as long as they have not graduated from high school yet. They need time to prepare for this. Our Constitution is one of the greatest documents on earth, and it's a privilege for them to learn as much as possible about this. This needs to be provided, as I said, to everybody. Mailings will go to the schools and the speech contacts within the high schools as well. Just make sure you're communicating with your schools, between the posts and the schools, districts. Please make sure that you're writing herd on that. Make sure that they get any help that they need. Linda Dvorak and I are very, very happy to talk to anybody. We're very happy to respond to anybody. We just want you to know that. Next slide. This is about promoting your contest. We've got that partnership. Let's use it. The scholarship money at the district and department level is significant. And at the national level, it's very, very significant. But if the contestant that we send from the state of Minnesota moves up, that's $1,500, and that's in addition to the funds that they've already earned at the state level. If they move up again, it's another $1,500, and the top prizes are $18,000 for first place, $16,000 for second, and $14,000 for third. And the kids participating in the speech contest, I'm sure, are eligible for very, very lucrative scholarships, but I don't think that there are as many provided as there are for the American Legion. Now, don't forget about your homeschooled kids. In the last several years that I know of, a lot of our contestants have been homeschooled. And we would love to see a better showing from the schools themselves, the public schools, parochial schools, private, everything. So make sure that your parents within the school districts are aware of this, because I don't know of any parent who would just have any issue with their child getting some type of scholarship help. I know that when my kid was in high school, that was all I thought about. What can we do for my kid to make sure that she gets some help? So we told her job in high school was to get good grades, so we didn't have to pay so much for college. So next slide. Spread the word. Make sure that you're following up with your posts. Make sure that you're following up with your schools, and make sure that you have a good relationship with that. We were very, very careful this year in our scheduling. We took into consideration finals for speech and debate, and we want to make sure that you're communicating this with the schools. So share your post mailing that you get. Next slide. And I promise it's the last. Thank you for your attention. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Commander Kellogg, President Sandy, for the honor of serving on this committee. And thank Linda, because she and I are really going to be busy. And as a side note, Katerina, I'm the mother of a 2007 Naval Academy grad. Yay! And also the mother-in-law of a 2001 Air Force Academy grad. Keeping it in the family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Doing a great job. Very nice.
I now call upon Leon Dolly, Chairman for Junior Shooting.
Thank you, Commander, President, and American Legion family. So I am Leon Dale, the Junior Shooting Sports Chairman. So I am very fond of describing the program as something like we are small in numbers, but have a high-quality program and manage to grow a little each year. I'm going to have to modify that first part because at the Americanism meeting on Thursday, the analysis of the consolidated post reports said that junior shooting sports program is above the national average. So I'm glad to hear that. A little bit of a description about the equipment that the program uses. We use both the sporter grade and the precision grade air rifles. The sporter gun is limited to $400 in cost, and this allows beginning shooters to participate without incurring the high cost of the precision rifle and other associated equipment. Matches are all shot at 10 meters, which is 33 feet. Thus, an air gun range can be set up anywhere you have 40 feet or more of space, which most Legion clubs do have. And also the added expense of ventilation and inspection is not necessary with air gun versus a small bore or high power. Air rifle and air pistol are Olympic gold medal sports. And one of the stated purposes of the program, that's from National, is to make the U.S. more competitive in Olympic competition. The program does work best in the winter months when the outside activity is limited, and there is a full plate of competition available, including the national headquarters sponsored American Legion match. We also compete in USA Shooting sponsored Junior Olympic matches, NRA sectionals, and the U.S. Army sponsored junior match. Since I'm also the 3rd District Boy Scout chair, I've got to put in a little pitch for Scouts. The American Legion National Headquarters encourages chartering your sports shooting club as Boy Scout venture teams for the following reasons. The Boy Scout Council provides organizational help, leader training, program support, literature, liability insurance, and that's a biggie, activity planning, and ongoing volunteer and staff service. Your local scout executive stands ready to help you organize a junior sport shooting club. And you may ask, well, girls are involved in junior shooting sports. How come you want to charter as a Boy Scout venture crew? Well, Boy Scout venturing is open to boys and girls ages 14 and on up. Well, that's the reason for that. There are 30 posts in Minnesota that have applied for and received status as having a junior shooting sports club. As far as I know, about 20 of these are active. And I'd like to mention just a few posts that have really contributed a lot to the shooting sports in the Department of Minnesota. They include Anoka Post 102, Richfield Post 435, Forest Lake Post 225, and of course my own post 149 at Morristown. Anyone interested in starting a competitive shooting program, let me know and I will help. Thank you.
Now we've been waiting for this. We'll have Pam Hoschel give us a report on the Auxiliary Emergency Fund silent auction, and then we'll go right into the Auxiliary Poppy Contest winners, and Donna Redepetting will handle that.
Before I start my report, I have one necklace, Casey Mitchell-Tree from Rosemont Unit 65, if anybody knows, or if she's here. Okay, see me afterwards out in the hall. Then we have got rid of everything that people have bid on this weekend. Except for some things that weren't bid on, but that'll be taken care of later. The silent auction proceeds were $2,937.55. Bake sale, $109.25. Doll sale, $93. The puzzle game, books, etc., $35. Grab bags, $30.80. The donation wall using President Sandy's Eagle, $1,529.66. So the total for the grand total for today's auction, not counting the necklace and the other auction we're going to be having, $4,735.26. And just a side note, the top districts in the donation wall were 6th District first place, 3rd District second, and the 10th District in third. And I'd like to thank everyone who participated in the Auxiliary Emergency Fund silent auction. Whether you donated items or money or bid on various items, I cannot thank you enough for helping us help our auxiliary members in need. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, as promised earlier, we talked about raising a little money, and I want to make sure we go real fast, so I'm talking real fast. So I'm going to start it out right away. We've got another bid over here. We've got bids opening up for some boxes. They're mystery boxes. There's things that was upstairs. They are heavy. You never know what might be in there. I did not buy all of the, beyond the normal belief, I did not buy all of the bourbon bottles upstairs, so there might be even a couple of those in there. Anybody got a bid, look at the bid, anybody gonna get a bid, look at the bid, look at the bid for the box. Anybody gonna get a bid, open and bid, anybody got a one, anybody got a one, got 20 there, how about 25? Anybody gonna give me 25, 25 in the back, 25, look at the 30. Anybody got a $30 bid? 30 right here, anybody got a 40, look at the 30 and 40, at about 35. Anybody gonna give me 35, got 30 right here. 30 right here, look at 35 in the back, anybody got a 40. Anybody got a 40 right here, 45, anybody gonna give me 45. Anybody got a bid, look at a bid, look at a bid, look at a bid, anybody got a $45, got 40 right here, 40 right here going once. 40 going twice, sold $40, gentlemen in the front row. All right, give him a big hand. Come on up here and part with your money. All right, we got another box. Oh, let me ask, bidder, would you like both boxes? $40 a piece. Ron? Okay. He takes them both. All right, give that man a big hand. We'll do them later. We got to keep going.
got him? You all right? You all right with it?
So that'll be another $92 added to the grand total.
That's fine.
All right, we had 2 poppy contests. The first one was a memorial wreath, and we had 7 judges. They were Annette Bray, Anna Els, Kathy Newman, Wanda Pressure, Bonnie Wagner, Sharon Volz, and Mary French. And they adhered to the rules that were posted in the September unit mailing. The memorial wreath, if you would please all come in. We are going to show all of them because all the ladies worked hard on these. And if you are a winner, would you please come up and get your, stand by your entry, and then we will go in the back later and get the pictures and your award. All right, the memorial wreath, 3rd place, and a winner of $15 is Sharon Barnes of Wayzata Unit, or District 10. Second place and the winner of $20 is Sam Wickert of Delano, District 10. First place. Second place is, yeah. Okay, first place for $25 from District 7, New London Post, is Sandra Warsall. Come on. Just get, and the People's Choice for the memorial wreath and a winner of $20 is Sam Wickert from Delano Post 10. Hold him up if you were the winner, one of the winners. That was first place. 3rd, and that was 2nd. Okay. All right. And now we will have the Poppy Hat contest. And $53 was raised for this Creative Arts Festival, which is one of Sandy's projects.
Awesome, thank you.
Now, I had to search far and wide all over the country for these models. They are the best I could find south of Canada. And here, straight from Las Vegas, are our Poppy Hat contest entries. Come on in.
We need some music.
Yeah, I know, I was gonna have the stripper music, but I didn't. Woohoo! Aren't they fine looking? The kind you'd like to bring home to mom. Oh, your models, your models. That's good. All right, the 3rd place winner of $15 is Betty Schlater from Hutchinson, District 3. Yes. No. You're just models. You're not supposed to think. All right, the 2nd place winner and the winner of $20 is Sam Wickert from Delano Post, District 10. Where is she? Hey. And the winner of the first place and $25 is Vicky Bebo. The one on the end? Yes. And she should come up. Is she here? And the People's Choice winner and the winner of $20 is also Vicky Bebo. And would all the winners go in the back? Vicky, are we all gonna go in the back? Oh, she's gonna, all right. All right, that's it. Thank you very much for your participation. We'll be having another one at the district convention.
Can we get our check now?
Models don't get paid.
Models get paid very well.
Well, we'll talk.
Thank you. Now we will go into the national awards that were given at this past national convention, and Chris Ronning and Peggy Moon will take care of that.
Are you first? I don't know. Go ahead. You're up. You holler if you can't read my writing.
Okay. The first award goes to Public Relation. Unit Website Award goes to Deb Patrick of Red Wing Unit 54. Is she here or is someone from the unit here? Anyone? District. You gonna get it? Okay.
This is also third district.
Okay, might as well stay here.
Yes.
Unit Website Award is Jenny Hiltner from Chaska Unit 57. Chaska's here. If you would like to come up here.
Tell them pictures will be after.
Pictures will be after. I was told. Next one is, next Unit Website Award is to Cheryl Nyman from Plainview Unit 179. Anyone from Plainview or Cheryl?
District 1?
District 1. Outstanding
Program Award.
Okay. Outstanding Program Award, Northwest Division goes to Diane Hayes, and I know she's here somewhere. There she comes.
Excuse me, Chris. Could all the district membership chairmen come sit up here in the front seats, please?
Thank you. Outstanding, oh no, now it goes to Children and Youth Awards. Best Overall Department Chairman Award goes to Raylene Tolzman. There she comes back there. Shall I just keep going?
Community service.
Yeah. Community Service Outstanding Department Award, Northwest Division goes to Mary Hendrickson. Yeah, Mary's over there. Education Award goes to Outstanding Department Award, Northwest Division to Norma Tram. And someone from the 6th District? Legislative Outstanding Department Award, Northwest Division goes to Sandy Fredrickson. And the Outstanding Unit Award, Northwest Division goes to Glenville Unit 264.
Louise Attic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Might as well stand. Legislation Council Participation Award also goes to Sandy Frederickson. National Security Award, Outstanding Department Award, Northwest Division goes to Wanda Anderson. Military Support Award goes to Fairball Unit 43, Louise Flom, Chairman. I think that's it. That is all the awards we received, and I think we did good.
If the award winners would kind of go to the back, Michelle will take a picture of the group.
Okay, you get the NALPA awards? Okay.
I don't have the help, but he's got it. Just recognize him.
Okay.
What's his name? He's got his own with him, the guy from.
Oh, Kim? Okay, for the American Legion, we have awards in the communications area. And they are from the National American Legion Press Association, correct? NALPA, exactly. So this year, for our department website, Lucas Johnson received a second place award from NALPA. So let's give Lucas, here, Commander, you get to do this. Well, thank you, Luke, for all the work you're doing on our website. Fantastic. Also, we received third place award nationally for our department Facebook. And that goes to our PR chair, Lisa Gilliam. Lisa, you're doing a great job. Yeah, well, we're proud of you. I understand this person already has his awards, but for the district publications, our own Ken Meyer from the 6th District got second place. Ken, stand up and be recognized. Excellent job. Excellent job. We thank you. Now, here's something unusual. If you go on Facebook and you happen to look at videos, you'll see quite a few, some about the American Legion, some about fishing. I think maybe even down the road, we can expect one on cooking, maybe. But our own Randy Tesdall received the NALPA a second place for Facebook videos. Yeah. While Randy's up, he also received the third place award for a guest editorial.
Good job.
And what was that editorial on? You can't remember. He always has a lot to say, and this time he actually won something for it. Wow. Do you remember? What was it on? On the honor and remember. Okay, on the honor and remembrance flag. We will go right ahead to the next two. Of course, and this person we very seldom get to thank publicly. Al Zidane, again, won second place for editorial writing and second place for photography. Al. He does a very good job. And as we all know, without good communications, we can't do our job. So thank you all.
All right, it's time for membership. And we'll start out with Cliff, SAL.
Yeah. All right. Welcome, and I'm going to go as fast as I can because I know we're running behind and people want to get in their cars. But I wanted to start out with something because As you can see, our membership director for the American Legion needs a haircut. And the American Legion has this thing coming out November 2nd at the Minneapolis Richfield Post 435 is the Buzz Cut Challenge. I don't know if you people know about that, but it's something American Legion tied in with great clips to get your hair buzzed like you did when you were back in the service, in support of our people that are serving our country right now. And so, Commander, I have this $10 to give Jim a haircut, because that's the suggested donation. Get your membership director get a haircut.
You better hope that draws a lot of interest. I will take this to the membership director for his kind consideration.
Yes. Okay, I know what you're all looking for, but if you look at the slides, some of you weren't up there at Camporee, you missed a party that I know I had a good time. I know somebody else did too. But this is our membership model this year, filling our nets with membership. We have done an excellent job. I can tell you that when I get to these numbers. But I have to thank somebody to my side here. I asked the adjutant if he could get me some things to give to the guys as prizes. And he said, Cliff, I can work on that for you. Let me see what I can do. The stuff I gave him, I want. The commander has a fishing pole over there he can hold up. Look at that fishing pole. That's an ice fishing pole, and I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, but I know there's an event coming up in the future where that will be used at, where all of you are going to be invited to. Remember that, and wear long underwear. I know it gets cold in the winter here. All right, let's get to those numbers. Oh yeah, the commander got a fishing pole today. Look at that. This is where we're at in the detachment, Minnesota. I challenged the guys to get the 35% by today. As you can see, we're at 36.8 for the detachment. And the astounding number that got me was the 5th district with 51.91. Yeah, they're on their way to 100%. Second place was the 9th district. I want to tell you something about that 9th district. 9th district was in 10th place, and we put the word out into the 9th district. Can you help the guy out? Let's get some membership turned in. He's now sitting at 42.75. Thank you, American Legion and auxiliary members, for doing that for him. 4th district is in 3rd place, 42.44. Yeah, you're supposed to be doing rah-rah. Yeah, you're supposed to be doing the rah-rah. 4th place is the 2nd district, 41.72. 5th district, 41.20, is the 7th district in 5th place. Yes. Yeah, you see there's place marks, and then there's the district. I know, Bert, it's hard for you to look at, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, wow, okay. 6th place is the 3rd district, 36.43. In 7th place is the 7th district, 36.14. First place, oh yeah, it's the 1st district. See, I did it too, Bird. 1st district, pardon me, is in 7th place. 8th place is the 10th district, 35.51. And 9th place is the 6th district, where I'm from. I don't know what we're doing here, people. We're in the middle of the 6th district, and we got to help Michael out. 28.47. And in 10th place is the 8th district, 26.63. If you look at that, 8 of the districts hit the 35% mark. Thank you again. That is really good. And with that, I'm going to leave you with my parting slide like I did at the Camporee. I live by that. I know the commander does. Give them a tackle box, not an Xbox. You got to get them outside. You got to have them outside.
Thank you. Ladies.
And along comes Gene.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
I know we're running a little late, but I wanted to, at our enrichment sessions, we really wanted to brag up what the American Legion Auxiliary has done. And some of you've got these little flyers, $3.1 billion. The American Legion Auxiliary has donated in service hours, money. This is what we do for our veterans. This is why we're here. And I thought it was important to let you all know it was in the National Convention Bulletin. And I made copies because I want the Legionnaires to know how hard we work for you. Okay. Then next, membership is really important to the auxiliary, and I wanted to ask, are there any dual members in the audience? Auxiliary that are Legionnaires? All right. Woo! Auxiliary that are Legionnaires. No. Okay, thank you. National President Sharon's theme is keeping the promise, and she is going from the unit to national. She thinks the unit is the most important, your district, your department, and then national. If you don't have your unit, you're not going to have national. She is really promoting the unit member this year. Sandy's theme is serving those who served, and our membership theme is soaring to the top with membership. And we have been really soaring. She's over there with our membership chair. The next thing I want to do a little appeal for is we have so many Legionnaires in here, and we are struggling for membership. We're trying to get to 1 million members. So I'm asking the Legionnaires here to please, if your spouse isn't a member, your granddaughter, your daughters, please think about having them become members of our family. I know there are several, and if half the Legionnaires had their spouses or grandchildren join, we will make our 1 million members. Because if we aren't here in 20 years, who is going to be there to help Afghanistan, Iran, and all of you out there for that matter? We have to be here to help you down the road. Okay, now to the numbers. And also please don't forget our juniors. That was mentioned earlier. Mentor those juniors, they're our future. Without them, we're not going to be here either. They have to grow with our family. Okay, we had some challenges from the district memberships. Okay, for the 7th and 8th district. Membership chairman, 7th and 8th. Okay, 7th, your turn in for today was your percentage today is 42.19. And District 8, yours is 38.60. They were supposed to do a little thing between both of them, the winner and the loser.
And I told my people, don't make me wear that hat.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you for all the turn-ins today. Okay, next we'll go with 1st and 10th district. First had 39.99, 10th had 46.62.
I'm just challenging you this year. You will get a gift at department convention. I don't know if it's going to be a good gift or a bad gift. I want you to think and wonder about it. Now you're going to make me wear this crazy thing?
You should wear them to all the rallies.
This is at all the department rallies. She's going to wear this lovely poppy hat. I couldn't win a prize when I made it, but I can make her wear it.
Okay, next, Second and third district? Your percentages are second district, 41.36. Third district, 50.07.
Okay, my challenge, and I don't have a hat or anything, but my challenge is you have to try and overcome and beat us by Pearl Harbor Rally. Oh, sorry. Our challenge is that she needs to beat us by Pearl Harbor.
All right.
In membership.
Okay, great. Okay, next is 6 to 9. And they always have a challenge going on anyway. Okay, 6th district, 52.53. Good job. But 9th district, 54.76.
Oh, no.
Oh, Joni came up with something.
Oh, no.
Shut up! My challenge to you is to get your poop in a group and go after more memberships.
Okay, now we have 4th and the 5th. Fourth has 46.63, and 5th district, 48.90.
The challenge that we had was whoever lost treats the other one to lunch someday. So that's our challenge.
Great, right now the department is at 46.58%. Our national numeric goal, we're in 12th place, but in our rejoin and renew, we're in 8th place at 45.54. During this, each rally, we give $25 out. At the Harvest Rally was already given out. We had 38 make the goal of 55%. October 1st, we had 41, and we're going to be a drawing for that $25 tonight. And today, 74 made 65%.
Awesome.
So the unit presidents, this is the year of the unit, so all the unit presidents' names were put in a bucket for August 1st and for today. And each unit president is going to get in the mail a certificate. So I'm going to have to do a lot of typing after this one. The other two are done, and they're going in the mail tomorrow. I have had President Sandy sign them. But thank you. This has been a really good challenge for so many to get this far so soon in the year. Also in our Northwest Division, we're 4th place in the numeric, and we're 4th place in the rejoin and renew, but we're at 45.54. And all of this, with our new internet, paying your membership online, this does include all the internet up to October 22nd. And we're doing really well on that, doing our membership online. It's the way of the future. But now we'll have the drawing. Okay. The unit membership president will get $25 for reaching 55% on October 1st, and it's to go back to the unit for her to take it to the unit and do something special. You can pay it forward, pay someone's membership that maybe can't afford it, or bring a cake or a little party. Look what we want. And it's we. Everybody did it together, that whole unit.
I got it in the car already.
Okay, oh my stars. Okay, it's District 2, Lake Crystal, and the membership chairman is Francis Jers. So I have cash, but if she's not here, I will, is she here? Oh, the unit president, sure, come on up and we'll give you it, so then I will mail a certificate to her with a letter, but this way I don't have to mail the cash.
You do that, you go there.
There you go. Cash is in there. Oh, yeah, behind. And for fall conference, we had a lot of names in this one, 74. Oh.
That was a heavy one. Got it.
Take them on it.
Take 'em up.
Yep, take them up.
Deal. I got it.
No, it's me, I don't want to win. I mean, it would be, I'll give 25 to the unit, but I don't want to win.
Well, you're entitled.
No, that's okay. Okay, District 3, Betty Schuler of Hutchinson. Is she here? Yes, I know she's here. I want to thank all of the unit members for all the hard work that they do, and actually the whole family. Without everybody pitching in for membership, we wouldn't be this far.
Thank you. You can give it to me.
Oh.
And we're done.
Yep, we're
done.
Good morning, everybody. You know, coming to these functions,
I'm sorry.
well, go ahead.
Just in case, since I didn't have a thing, we should read. 10th place is District 8 at 38.60. 9th place is District 1 at 39.99. 8th place is District 2 at 41.36. 7th place is District 7 at 42.19. 6th place is District 10 at 46.62. 5th place is District 4 at 46.63. 4th place is District 5 at 48.90. 3rd place is District 3 at 50.07. 2nd place is District 6 at 52.53. And 1st place is District 9 at 54.76.
Now, can I go? Again, good morning, everybody. Where's my pom-poms? That's the commander's job. You know, like I was going to start saying, that when you come to these functions, you never know what you're going to have to do. I can remember at Legionville one year, the Kimball girls dressed me up in some hula skirt and everything else, and we had to go through the whole place. So you never know. I want my 5 vice commanders to stand up. I owe them a big round of thanks because they pretty much run the membership enhancement program, training sessions, I call them. And I want to thank you, gentlemen, for doing that. Thank you. This year so far has been a very busy one. Spent 4 days in Indianapolis, learned a lot. First time I ever did a budget. That was real exciting. And so far this year, like I just said, we've had 3 membership enhancement seminars, 3 district revitalizations, and some rallies. Now, I wasn't able to make one revitalization because I took ill for a week, but I'm sorry, Bill. I will make the next one. Okay. First thing I want to talk about is the training sessions. These 3 training sessions was
held at Clearwater, Minnesota, New Ulm, Minnesota, and Grand Rapids, Minnesota. This was a joint training session between the American Legion, the Auxiliary, and the SAL. We're going to start with Clearwater. At Clearwater, there were some mistakes made. That was our first one, and I will take the credit for all of them. And I don't have a problem with that. But we had 85 people registered for the training session. 121 people showed up. About 40% of the 121 was their first time in any type of training in the American Legion Auxiliary and SAL. Their first time post officers, their first time district officers. So we were very proud about that. The second one, New Ulm, we had 65 people registered, and a lot of people don't understand, but we moved the training session 2 times. After the initial one where it was supposed to be at the post, we got too big for that. Then they moved us to the police station, and we got too big for that the day of when we ended up at. So we had 65 registered, like I said, but we had 111 people show up. And we still had somewhere around 40% first-time post officers, first-time district officers. So we're proud of that. Then we went to Grand Rapids. Now, if any of you have been in Grand Rapids Post, the room downstairs isn't real big, but we only had 25 people registered. I told the commander we're going to have more because it's not going to fail. Well, we ended up with right at 50. And I didn't ask that day, but a lot of people made the comment, you know, this is the first time this has ever happened. They wanted more. All 3 places want more training. If anybody looked at the questionnaires that we handed out, which are going to go to the long-range planning committee so they can go through them and figure out and talk to the next commanders that are coming up, which we have 2 candidates for, I believe this is going to continue. But there's some things they have to work out. I mean, we put this together. I did not know what I was doing. So, but, you know, it worked out. On the 3 district revitalizations that we've had so far, they were in the 4th and 5th district and the 10th district. And then to the 3rd. So on Tuesday, I believe, of this last week, I received the national report, and it says we were 2,227 members behind last year. And at the E-Board, our National Vice Commander Al Davis come up, and he says, this is your number, this is as is today. Every officer to get out and work membership. At the Harvest Rally, you remember our target date was 55%, and I believe we ended up at 62%. So I said for today, we would have a membership percentage 7. Somebody that's unpaid contacted so they will pay their dues early. You've heard people talking about it for the past couple days here. Commander Kellogg and Randy are the would go, I would go, our department vice commanders would go anywhere to help them to reach this goal. Now, how many people at the Harvest Rally remember the bet? The bet was between the American Legion Auxiliary and the SAL. Now, before I give you the final numbers, Pearl Harbor Rally, Randy, stand up. How many people have seen Facebook and seen Randy out there in his boat fishing, wearing this really fancy shirt? You know, it says American Legion, DAV, whatever on it. Well, the rehab chairman, Tom, gave me 2 of them when we were at Camp Ripley. So we give one away for drawing rally for the district. Now, the district guys don't need to keep this. They need to give it to their posts that do the best. So I have one of these shirts. Whoever gets closest to 85%, because that is our goal for the Pearl Harbor Rally. I want to thank Tommy and Randy. They get these shirts from wherever. And that's what we're giving away. Is everybody in full agreement with this? All right. Huh? It's a XXX, it'll fit you. All right, now for the numbers. $2,549 members. You need to give yourself a hand. Thank you. We have 27 posts at goal. And remember, our goal today was 70%. Our percent right now, it's not final yet because Misty Second place is the 3rd District. And believe it or not, my district actually did something good. Congratulations, Dwayne. Your district is now in 3rd place. And 4th place because we have hunting season coming up, we have Thanksgiving, we have Christmas, we have everything, but before Christmas is the Pearl Harbor Rally, 85%. Cha-ching, agree?
Yeah.
All right. Commander Kellogg, I'd like to thank you for appointing me to this job. Because if anybody knows me, I like the challenge.
Okay. Thank you. You're gonna leave it. Oh.
Need to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Pequot Lakes American Legion family, you've done an outstanding job. Department staff, Randy, Jennifer, Laura, Sandy, Jan, Julie. Can't say enough for Jeremy and Tom, El Zidane, Michelle Leonard, awesome job. You my project for you, for what you saw the other day, I did put a plug in for it. Creative Arts program. I'm asking every post, every unit, every Sons of American Legion, if you have some extra dollars, I would appreciate have errors. I hope it is something that we can grow on. This is what we do. This is why we do it. And this is what matters. So again, thank you for working with us this weekend.
Please fill out those questionnaires and leave them at the back of the sergeant. Randy's gonna lead us to God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains
bless America, my home sweet home.
Please uncover. The chaplain will offer closing prayer.
Be gracious to us and bless us, O Lord, to continue to seek peace in our world from a position of strength, justice. Grant us the ending might
Please recover. Sergeant at Arms. Oh, yeah. Please uncover. Sergeant at Arms, please retire. POW MIA flag.
Country in place. Hand salute. 2.
We are adjourned. Together, we can do this. Get out.
not too bad.
was working in the lab late with my eyes beheld and ear beheld. In the castle east, to the master bedroom where the vampire sleeps. The ghouls all came from their humble abodes to get a jolt from our electronics. Then you can monster man, and you might brave us. You'll catch on in a flash. Then you can monster man. Yes. Easy, you'll impetuous young boy. Yes.